Good evening. Greetings and well met. Hello, Zebus, Bob, ProStar, Apple, Chris, Adtastic, Gaming Void. Hello. EMC. Thank you, Apple, for your 2-month sub. I appreciate that. Thank you for sticking around. Hello, Ace. Hello, Mind's Eye. Welcome to episode 7 of Cometh the Fall. Horrors from the Deep Part 2. I love the content, so why shouldn't I stick around? Thank you for that. Indeed, Mind's Eye. We just recently hit 1.1k followers and working our way towards 1.2. We also just recently submitted our application for partner. So I have all of you lovely people to thank for that. Need this pickup after the day I've had? Ooh. Sorry to hear that, Apple. Hopefully D&D and the eventual content that you'll see on this stream will help that to some degree, or make amends for the day, if nothing else. All right. So I hope all of you are ready. We're going to go ahead, now that everybody's here and situated, we're going to go ahead and we're going to move over to the players and go through our general setup, have everybody introduce themselves, talk about what we'll be doing today, and then jumping right into the game. All right. We transition over to a different screen and see all of the lovely players. And now, we unmute. Hello, everyone.
Greetings.
Evening.
Hi.
I hope everybody's here.
Yeah, bro, don't worry. I brought snacks.
Oh, perfect.
They're delicious.
Big enough for everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What type
Oh,
of
well,
snacks?
You're excused.
I got cookies.
Oh, what type?
Are they
Relinquish those cookies.
I was gonna say, are they the Girl Scout variety?
No.
Fuck.
I forget what type they are.
You're eating them.
Yeah, like how do you not know?
They're delicious. Well, this one's chocolate chip, but I meant like the company that made them. It's like Eggers or something.
Gotcha.
What cookies are these? I don't know. Puts another in face.
Stuffs another
I
one
have
of your
bread.
gluttony claw.
Nice.
Bread.
Bread's also good. Just
Pretty
bread
good.
or...
Have you ever been to Outback Steakhouse?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's that little brown type bread.
Ooh,
Oh.
little roll?
Yes.
That's pretty
Oh,
sick.
it's so good.
Gotcha.
Get some butter
I
on
was gonna
that.
say, did your steak get there?
Yes, I got
Yes.
steak. I worked really hard and I want fucking steak.
I have a hard time ordering steak at Outback or like other steakhouses. I'd just get like their amazing sides, like the blooming onion or whatever. That shit's so good because I can just go home and make a steak that's probably better anyway. But
I cannot make a steak. I'm bad at it.
we'll fix that. Problem.
No,
Fucking raw.
you'll just make it.
Yeah, that's how we fix the problem. That you're listening.
I have no intentions of learning. You're just going to make it, idiot.
You're going to learn to let me make it.
Here. Learn to let me make it.
Fucking idiot. What do you
All right.
mean?
Are you a fucking foolish fool?
Welcome, everybody, to episode 7 of Cometh the Fall.
Oh, 7 already?
7 already.
Damn.
So, we're going to do what we've always done. I'm going to have everybody go down the line and introduce their character. This time, starting with Yuria.
Hello. I am Yuria of Shademore, our resident warlock in this party, a human. I am a traveler from Careso. My homeland is that of Shademore, a craggy and somewhat mysterious place. Few know little of it, and even fewer ever leave it. I happen to be the exception. I have come to this place to search for the lost history of my family. It is rumored we are refugees, though reasons why we left to settle halfway across the world were lost. Some say beastmen, others say punishment by Bahamut's wrath. For others say travelers lost along the way. I intend to find the truth of the matter. However, that sort of line of investigation has been interrupted with Lord Hayne, who has saw fit to imprison me within this cage. And for better or worse, I am now lumped with this crew of unfortunates as well. And we are about to get murdered by crabs.
Thank you. So the road that Katerina.
Did you bring the comb?
Greetings. I am Silduril de Catalina, ward of House Ettenmo, the Swan Blades. I am a level 1 high elf fighter who finds beauty in every battle. I would lay my life on the line for house and home, but unfortunately I have found myself in the unforgiving clutches of Hayne Keep, manned and orchestrated by Lord Hayne and his goons. I endeavor to seek the real reasons I have been sent here, and will stop at nothing to find the truth.
Thank you. Sabine Lillian Rosaire.
I am Sabine Lillian Rousseau from Katarina, member of the Order of the Rose. I am an ASMR paladin. I have found myself in Hayne Keep due to some unfortunate circumstances when coming here for work. I'm currently down in a deep, dark cave and hoping that maybe we can find some relief once we emerge.
Thank you. Marana Lamordia.
Good evening. I am Marana Lamordia. I am a level 1 rogue, and like as not, I am a Dhampir, a creature that stands between life and death itself. I was invited here by Lord Hayne himself, though I did not know why, and the pretenses were false. Now, having found out about Lord Hayne's shadowy and undoubtedly sinister order that we've been sent and tested for, I must find a way to escape before the truth comes out to those closest to me.
Thank you. Kellen Aldane.
I am Kellen Aldane, a ranger of the Grey Watch. I've been sent to investigate the southern areas, the southern realms, for disturbing rumors, and upon reaching here, was quickly arrested after trying to escape with my team. Seeing it as an opportunity, I was captured and decided to investigate from within, where I met these other unfortunate folks, and Lord Hayne himself. Defying him seems to be in my blood, and I just enjoy tweaking his nose a bit. The current situation has us delving into a cavern with giant crabs, and hopefully we can rally together as a party and solve this mystery and maybe get out of here at the same time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Alaric Crovane.
Hey everyone, I play Ulrich, a half-elf. He's from an island home called Karim, a prince and a son of a high lady and a high lord. A wild ancestral curse and gift both has latched onto him, having skipped several generations until it chose and blessed him with a capacity to commune with nature and all things living in a way that to him is haunting to this day.
Thank you. I know that last week I threw a wrench and there was a little bit of panic. You needn't worry. This week I will be doing the recount. I would like to make sure that everybody is in Foundry.
Victory.
It does not appear that everyone is.
Sorry.
I got all wrapped up in the story and I was like, oh yeah, I love this character. Oh, I loved it. I was like, oh shit, I'm not in. Okay.
I was looking at Twitch. I'm like, yes, I'm in. And now I realized that's Twitch.
Could it possibly be? Oh shit.
Okay. Urius, Sabine, Ron, and Kellen.
I'm here.
And I was reading names of people that are in here.
Thought it was the opposite of that.
Okay.
Ooh, I wish I wasn't here anymore. I'm quitting Foundry.
I regret this decision.
I looked and saw pain.
All right. While we wait for Alaric to get up.
I'm loading.
Okay.
It's just everything is gray right now.
The current date is the 22nd of God's Night. Together once more, the party have begun discussing potential means of leaving or escaping from Hayne Keep, while figuring out how best to avoid a shiv in their back. Back and forth, the party are no closer to escaping, but it appears that they have several plans in mind. That night, Lady Morana Lamortia is brought into the keep proper, met with a finely dressed Lord Hayne who awaits her with an air of eagerness. Just as quickly as she sits down, his intentions are laid bare, in the form of a prisoner. Sedated, he lays upon the dining table for her, of which Lord Hayne reveals his desire to see her feed firsthand. Resisting and trying to do a little damage as possible to the prisoner, it culminates in the loss of the man's life with a refusal to bite the prisoner's neck. Lord Hayne instead burying a knife into it. Escorted out, she's returned to the others, and the party is made whole once more. 2 days pass, and the party is now being escorted by Lord Hayne and his guards into the mines. Their mission? Find the source of the magic that is raising chaos within the mines, and for it, they'll be rewarded, as well as be offered an invitation into Lord Hayne's order should they prove skillful enough. Fully equipped with more basic armors and weapons, the party find themselves deep within the bowels of the mines, faced with encroaching crabs adorned with skulls and bones. The party have choices to make. This is where we resume our story. What are you
Mr.
all
DM,
doing?
my notes said that it was the 20th of God's Night.
20th was 2 days ago when Morana went to her dinner. 2 days passed. Remember, we had you roll to figure out if anybody found crystals during that time.
I see.
Yeah, we had a little time skip.
What's the title of this current session?
Horrors from the Deep Part 2.
I see.
What are you all doing? The crabs south of you are no closer to drawing to you. However, the crab to the north is currently in the process of fixing or shaping up their nest. You can see them sort of lifting large segments of trash and refuse and applying this sickly, viscous material that is spouted from their mouth. and using it to adhere it in place.
Must figure what we are doing now. We are running out of time.
I cannot see into the chasm. It is too dark for my eyes. If we cannot cross it, we will have to face the crabs. I would prefer not to. But if you can't find a way through, then we will probably have to loot their pile of garbage for something perhaps useful. That is my 2 cents on the situation.
I'm also assuming that this conversation is being spoken quietly.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. You don't have to
But
whisper.
If I try to whisper, I can't do my accent.
It's fine. I just wanted to make sure.
Actually, maybe I can. Tell it. Yeah, I can.
Hey.
Is there no possible way we could climb across with these brush? Should we point to the fauna or flora?
A point to remember as well. Alaric does have a thing of hempen rope hanging from his belt.
That the flora that's here, that's just kind of like the dry, crumbly moss, right?
You can roll me an investigation if you'd like.
Sure.
So do you have proficiency with investigation?
I do not.
Okay. Then this will just be a normal roll.
Okie dokie. What does it look like?
All right.
Jesus.
24. Okay. The material appears to be this strange, discolored moss, almost in larger clumps like that of what's currently on the floor. There are segments or what appear to be roots or vines that are protruding out of this plant. You could potentially use it to climb across, but for your more heavier folks, who knows how that'll go.
We could climb across, but heavy armor, I don't know how that might hold up.
Alaric, what are you doing?
He's judging the distance of one platform to the next across the chasm and realizing he couldn't make that jump.
I mean, who knows?
That is just out of his reach for a long jump. But still, as he gathers at the edge of the chasm, at its precipice, he's already unspooling the rope. Having removed himself from the constant back and forths of the party, he's trying to figure out how he's going to make it across.
Do I see that?
You're currently investigating the moss, but you would notice that the light source behind you is moving.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's on his fucking thing.
Correct.
Okay.
Everyone, get near the chasm and hide against the wall. We cannot stay in the open here. Please. I cannot protect you from two sides.
If all of you would be as kind to roll me a stealth check.
Ooh, I found the one stick in the whole cave. Sorry.
Those wearing splint, chain, what have you, please roll at disadvantage. Yeah, the one stick.
Crunch.
Yeah.
The crunchiest stick that exists. Okay. 8. What are you wearing, Sabine?
Breastplate.
Gotcha.
Medium.
Yeah, breastplate does not incur.
It does not. Who am I missing? Oh, so
Oh, was I moving? Okay.
Are you're attempting to remain not seen or heard, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get them into a better
Position.
What are you wearing?
position. I'm wearing a breastplate.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. 17 successes aside from Alaric. However, the 22 would offset that.
Or a half plate, whatever.
Oh, if it's half plate, then it's disadvantage.
I would, Sabine would say, after you, milady, I'll hold up the rear.
Simple greaves that are attached by straps. All right.
Okay, 17. The others begin moving. Kellen, what are you doing?
I'm going with them, I suppose. I guess I should move my token thing.
Correct. And
Move in,
you're...
please.
Okay.
She would post herself where she can still see the crab. Best she can, but against like the rock in a defensive position.
Sort of peering around the edge to watch it.
Yep, so that I can let the engineer brains over there do something while I keep an eye on the threat.
Can any of you make it across?
We might be able to.
I will give you an end of the rope. If you can reach the other side, anchor it.
She nods. I think this way might be better. There's not as much. She kind of points over here.
Alaric has already unspooled the rope, and he moves up to Morana and hands over one end of it.
She'll take the rope and kind of tie it about her waist. Just a precaution. Just in case.
Sure.
Hold on tightly, and if you fall, don't scream.
And moving quietly, making sure I have all 4 limbs on the against the cavern wall. Marana will begin climbing across this side. She's going to do it in such a way that it doesn't seem so blatantly obvious, that it just kind of looks like she's sort of free climbing as one would a rock wall.
I'm not Peter Park, guys, I swear.
So this okay, this woman continuing to present herself as an object of sickness is now beginning to free climb across the edge here. Is that what you're saying?
I'm very light. If anyone else could make it, I could.
Perfect. No, that's all I needed was
My anemia helps me climb.
my lack of blood in my body makes it so I can move really easily. Yeah, go ahead. You
Her lumbago is receding.
But she's going to again just try and go very slowly.
give me a moment to double check climbing.
Climb champ.
Because I know you have your climbing speed, and it doesn't get better till level 3. So let me double check real quick if there's a roll that needs to be done.
So level 3 just means I can do it without all 4 limbs.
I know.
DM. Mr. DM, I'm quite poggers.
I hate you.
Each foot of movement costs 1 extra foot. You don't have to worry about that if you ignore the extra cost of your climbing speed and use the climb or swimming speed. At the DM's option, climbing a very slippery vertical surface or one of few handhelds requires successful strength athletics check.
So unless it's like super slippery.
It's definitely not your friend. There is a moment as you're beginning to scale across this at about the midway point where some of these sections are sort of deeper into the moss. I will need an athletics check.
Advantage, maybe?
I need an athletics check. Okay. You're about here, and you sort of hesitant for a moment, finding that you're able to hold yourself up fairly well. You're familiar with sort of moving around like this. The others would see, sort of lit by Alaric's hammer, her sort of hanging there with no real strain, but it's just finding holds for her hands, and it seems like she's stuck for a moment, but just as quickly as it appears, she's already moving across over the ravine.
I don't imagine she's giving the rope any tension whatsoever.
Not really, no. There are plenty of moments because she's taking her time and not trying to make it super obvious. There's plenty of time for you to just sort of continue to give slack.
I want a performance check.
It's not like she's fucking crawling across the side of the cavern really fast, right?
Not just like, put it in here.
Before I ask this, what was the ruling in the end for what Divine Sense showed Alaric regarding Morana?
Oh, I forgot we were supposed to talk about that. That's one of those handy dandy little moments where we retcon. So
So it didn't pick up Sabine or Morana?
Your initial sense, at least right now, yielded nothing.
Boo.
Sorry.
All right, so
sometimes it has to happen.
He's got a nonchalant look. He's not really paying her attention, more so to the terrain she's latching on.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's still, again, the image of this waifish woman now moving across as if it's second nature. By the way, you make it over the ravine.
Okay, cool. I will place myself here.
Who knows? Desperation and desire for survival brings the best out of some people.
It could be adrenaline. Who knows?
Nodders.
All right, so what do I see once I cross?
Your vision is relatively open. You would see that there are two branching paths off of this. It's almost like it's an intersection. There is multiple things. It's more heavily dense here. The refuse that is shoved up against the walls. Roll me a perception check while you're over here. Silver, roll me a perception check as well. Okay. 20. Marana, you would hear the sort of skittering, crunching noises that are coming from this section over here. But there doesn't appear to be anything near you. However, you've also seen these crabs come out of these trash piles, so who knows?
Oh, okay, so these are like more of the same.
They are fairly large trash piles. It's barrels, broken boxes, crates, things that are all shoveled on top of each other, as well as large amounts of this moss material that you were using to get across.
Can I see Yuria? Oh, sorry.
We'll get to you in just a moment.
Can I see? Okay.
So you would see from the north where the initial crab was that you had seen, you would hear the sort of breaking or sort of rustling of objects as more skittering sounds from this location. You can't see it, but you can definitely hear it. You would actually, the one thing you would see with your 15 is you would watch as in this section, there appears to be like some excess spray of refuse and trash that sort of scatters across the surface, like something large pushed out. And you would see more sections of bones that sort of rattle and sort of fall in place.
There are more. How is it going back there?
She made it across.
Good.
Oh, thank the gods.
You would have to step further out onto the edge of the ravine, so to your right, but then you would be able to see Murana, or not Murana, Yuria. Not anymore.
Nope. All right.
Rainier, when she finds a place to tie the rope, you're going first.
Oh,
Me?
kind of.
Yeah. Wait, who?
The Rainier.
Sorry.
He can still cover us from the other side.
Morana's gonna motion at Yuria and then kind of like tap her temple.
Can I see her?
We'll call this a perception check. She's just at the range. She's like just at the edge of the light, so.
Ooh, yeah.
If Alaric moves sort of closer to the edge, you might be able to see her.
Problem is, I wouldn't know to move closer because I wouldn't know she's signaling to me.
Yeah.
And Alaric is looking at Kellen.
Sort of huffing, she'll try to find some place to secure the rope.
Absolutely. Roll me an investigation check. Silveril. While that's happening, you do see that one of the crabs is currently moving.
Is it moving towards me?
It's not moving with like intent, right? Like it's looking more so like it's almost strolling, like it's sort of perusing, as it were.
You. I mean.
So with your previous stealth roll and sort of, I imagine you're more pressed up against the wall. Because you would definitely see this one coming. It's not stealthy. The rapid skittering across the floor as it makes its way, almost its attention seeming drawn to the bodies that are out here. With everybody's really high stealth rolls, it seems to ignore you. Or perhaps just more interested.
Silveril freezes. Tense as a fucking... I don't know. It's very tense.
You would be witness to this thing sort of like appraising the body. You would watch as one of the larger claws sort of presses down onto the thing's remaining chest. The other claw wrenching free an arm like a turkey leg and sort of raising it up and lifting it in front of the weird eyes that seem to like blink independently, and they were like investigating this arm. With a 7, it takes you don't find anything immediately, but you can continue searching.
I will do so. Another roll?
Yes. What are the rest of you doing?
Waiting. Watching. Keeping an ear out. All that good stuff.
Yoria would sort of move over to this rock, keep an eye to the south, seeing as no one else is over in that direction. Eventually, sort of like hiding behind this little sticking out part here.
Indeed.
She'd wait for some sort of confirmation that
Literal would wipe the sweat from her brow as she stands there, white knuckled, jaw clenching, watching this crab.
16. Your initial passover of the rocks and the sort of crag portion of this ravine doesn't yield anything, but the about another minute of searching does find what appears to be a stalagmite that is protruding out, sort of jutting from the edge of the ravine, that you would be able to tie the rope to.
Hey, I'd endeavor to do so.
Okay. We're going to call this just a real simple survival check.
Mm. Mm.
Do you think it's secure? Alaric, you would feel the rope go taut.
He straightens up, squatting and looking yonder across the chasm. Gillen, you're up. Come on.
I do believe he said he needed a moment.
While that's happening, Silveril, you would watch as the crab, sort of with one claw, sort of shaking the arm as if puppeting it, sort of waving the hand. You would watch as it then stabs the arm onto one of the spines on its back and sort of pushes it down with the tip of the claw and sort of adorns a new piece onto itself.
Jesus.
And you would see it almost like preening, if that's if that's applicable. You would watch as it sort of raises its claws up and sort of snips them very suddenly, sort of side to side, almost if proud with itself.
Cute!
Yuria, you would see from the south one of the crabs. Actually, you wouldn't until it literally emerged from the shadows.
Oh no.
You would see one like sort of rapidly moving out of the cave to join the other crab, as if drawn by the sound.
There's just sort of this sharp inhalation of breath as her only signal that this thing just crossed before she could even respond.
With how fast it moved too, it's safe to assume these things, if alerted, could be on you in a matter of moments. You would then watch, Silveril, as two crabs, now sort of turning to face each other, this gurgling, chittering sound that is emerging from both of their mouths as if they're talking.
Gross, I hate them.
And you would see the one that had just approached now helping sort of better affix the arm on the other one's back. Kellen.
I am back.
The Alaric, go ahead.
Oh, he wants me to go across. Okay. Eyeing the rope as like the impression that we're supposed to like crawl our way across this thing. Is that kind of what the...
Yeah, Alaric told him that he's up, but he's not giving him any prompt to how to go about it. In fact, he himself has a dubious expression as he looks across and sees the taut length of rope.
How is the rope on this side affixed, if it's affixed at all?
Being held by
Between his
Alaric.
hands, coiled across his arm.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, can I reach down and give like a testing tug the other way? Because, ranger and not work.
Sure. You give it a testing tug. Roll me a survival.
Where did my character sheet go? It always does this to me. There it is. Ugh. 8.
It
Can I help
feels
him?
secured. Do you have proficiency with survival?
I do.
Yeah.
Not you, Alaric.
I do, yes.
Okay, then yes, you may roll with advantage.
Better.
Yeah, this thing is not secure.
Can I give
You
it
tug it and immediately feel it go lax. This could have been catastrophic.
Oof. Does it fall down into like the depth as it unwinds?
No. But you would tug it, and Marana, you would immediately catch, given that you have dark vision and the ability to see, that the bind that you had put around this stalagmite immediately slipped.
Bro, I just wrapped it, bro.
Wait a minute. Do we all just see the rope like go into the castle?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't
just
unbind. He
loose.
feels it go lax compared to being taut previously. Marana would see that the previous attempt didn't go as well.
A sneeze attack. Okay, and Marana can see us because she's all dark visioned up and everything.
Correct.
All right, so he's going to kind of like wave his hands at her, and I'm not sure he can see her, maybe just barely.
You can roll me a perception check.
Okay.
He can see because she's at the end of the light's range. Yes, that is
13.
correct.
Yeah, that's what you can see.
That's my story.
Oh, sorry, you're right. She can see all of you because of Alaric's light source. That's what it is. Yes, you would be able to see her.
Okay, so he's going to kind of like wave his hands at her and then point to the rope and then kind of like start like miming how to tie a better knot, essentially.
Damn, son.
Yeah. She'll give a hurried nod as she runs to collect the rope before it slithers off into the crevasse.
And you do.
And try to tie it better.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me another survival.
But since I'm assisting her,
The DC is down.
All right, the DC is down.
You ever played Simon Says How to Tie a Rope?
Okay.
Did that in Boy Scouts, yo.
This was going to happen. You're going to roll me a dex save to attempt to catch the rope, and then you may try again.
All right, dex ability check, saving throw.
Saving throw.
Come on, baby, give me a 1. Oh, thank God.
Okay.
This is when the lady comes out, you know.
As the rope had begun, as you attempted to affix it, and realized that in your moment of trying to redo it had made it, had sort of loosened it, your fingers not having full grasp on the rope, it had begun to slip. However, you're very dexterous and very quick and managed to catch the rope before it falls into the chasm, thus having to repeat the whole process. So, you can roll one more survival check.
I think she is actually sickly, guys.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, you don't have to act so hard. We get it. You're
God
sick.
damn it! That was almost 18!
Oh, she's got arthritis. I get it.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Given the
She's now nervous.
Yes, there is this sort of foreboding feeling that is on you. Now, especially as you've been over here as long as you have, you do hear the skittering coming up behind you, sort of moving through the large sections of the cavern you have yet to explore.
Excellent.
So, Kellen, would you like to attempt to free climb over there and affix the rope?
Well, do I hear the skittering coming from behind her?
Your thing you would hear the most would be the chittering and sort of screeching noises coming from the other crabs behind you. You can roll me a perception check to try and discern if there's anything coming up behind her.
They're having a party.
They are currently like sort of snipping their claws at each other, not in like an aggressive attacking manner, but almost like proud of each other type deal.
Hey, bro, I like your new arm. Yo, man, it's great.
So this
It's
will
Gucci.
be an athletics check for you to go across the chasm.
Worst comes to worst, you just affix it to yourself and then let Alaric hold on to it.
I will let you know this is one of the challenge moments. The difficulty is 13.
Or free climbing?
Correct. If you fail by more than 5, something catastrophic will happen.
Great.
Even if he's tied by the waist?
Catastrophic doesn't mean he falls and plummets. Something else happens. Just something catastrophic.
Something bad.
All right, so
Lord Hayne slips in his bathroom.
just to be clear, what happened after that fourth failure of tying the rope? What's the rope now?
She just has it. She's attempting to affix it on the other side. Roll me a perception check.
So do I see her fail time and time again?
Roll me a perception check.
Probably do. It's probably not hard to
Yes. You would see her attempt to affix it, sort of frustrated. You can see the sort of anxiety that's present as she would like look over her shoulder and then attempt to affix it again and just sort of ending up with the same knot.
Kellen will get to see the rising exasperation on Alaric's face as he watches her. Eventually, he pull out the rope in a let go kind of way. Little tugs, right, for her hand.
My tiny baby hands, thank you.
Immediately into the pit.
I don't imagine it was a full force like tug of war.
Oh,
Send
gotcha.
her
Or, like,
into the
give-
chasm.
Not Squid Game. Not Squid Game.
Okay.
Prank him, John.
You do feel the tension on the rope from the other side, Marana. They are sort of signaling you to let go.
All right, and she would.
All right,
then
Alaric
just
would
kinda-
quickly whip it back.
Press against the wall.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check. Alaric, you pull the rope back, and you can begin affixing it to Kellen.
Yeah, he kind of like spools it and does 3 rolls around his left arm's elbow before he moves on over to Kellen and loops it around his waist. And he would attempt to tie it real good in front of his abdomen.
Okay. The rope is what is making this athletics check a 13 instead of a 15. So, Kellen, roll me that athletics, please.
Okay.
Listen, Ranger. If you feel yourself go, just let go. If you try to cling to the stone, it might cut the rope, and then you'll really die.
This isn't. I couldn't use acrobatics for this, considering.
Explain to me how you use acrobatics.
Well, if he's climbing, he's going to kind of bound off and cling and bound off again, parkour style, with the rope as a safety net. So, kind of jump, clench, jump off, clench, and then jump to the other ledge.
Yuria sort of sharing her attention with both the hallway and watching them about to perform this, not wanting to speak loudly, she would once again pry into Silural's mind with her telepathy.
Ah.
The men are about to do something very foolish. You may wish to help them and have Sabine take your position.
At first, like, Solar's so tense when it happens that she's like, she just will slowly look back at Yuria with that same just disdain face that she gave her the last time.
Yuria kind of gives this exasperated shrug back, gestures to their position, then points to the two, Kellen and Alaric.
You would have seen Marana's attempt across. She did have to stop halfway, so there's no real ability to parkour here. This is physical upper strength.
Okay.
Sabine, I need you to watch. I'm going to help with the idiots who are going to try to cross. Please.
Sparks, are you muted?
I will push her instead. Hello?
No, I was kissing my girl goodnight.
Oh.
I would
story.
step forward.
Okay. You would see in the situation that Siluril had seen before, you would watch now as the crabs are currently in the process of tearing apart the bodies you had found and are now affixing them to one another. You would watch as one has sort of wrenched the thigh and leg free of one of the bodies and is now sort of putting it onto one of the more larger spikes on the back of the one who had just shown up.
As she walks past Sabine very slowly, she'll kind of pat her on the shoulder a little. Try not to watch too closely.
Sabine will give a nod and just contemplate a few things. She's also watching the crabs. She's trying to get a visual of the crystal with it, seeing if they dim again.
Sure. We'll call this a perception check. Sildaril, you would see as Kellen's beginning to mount the ravine side.
Sildaril would walk up to the rope and wrap her arm around it and brace with she would basically back herself against Alaric so that they can both hold it sturdily and strong from either side.
Okay. If worse comes to worse, we'll be rolling those strength saves with advantage. Kellen.
All right.
I rolled a 21.
15.
You can do this.
And indeed you do. Hesitant at first, though backed by the others who are here, you manage to make it across with no issue, finding the similar purchases that Marana had made, and you would eventually find yourself on the other side of the cavern.
We're here. Okay.
Everyone watch that. Did you see where he gripped or he pulled? Stay that course. It has worked so far.
We're a lot heavier than he is. Might not work for us.
Yeah. She kind of motions her head to the wall.
While that's happening, Kellen, what are you doing on the other side?
I guess I'll attempt to take over with the knot tying process.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a survival check to affix it to the stalagmite.
The real scout made it across.
Yes, 18.
Indeed, you did.
Oh, thank God.
The knot is fully affixed, and you feel the rope grow taut. Even a couple test pulls yield nothing.
All the while, kind of like making sure Marana watched him as he did it, just so she remembers for later.
Sure.
Teachable moment.
You can just barely see her.
She can see him, apparently, so...
He's just like tucked out into this corner of vines and, this outcropping, and is just watching out over in like this direction.
With it affixed, whoever would like to go across next may. I will be right back.
Let's go. Or Yuria. Let's go.
She rises, shuffles over towards the rope, gives it a few faithful tugs.
Super taut.
With a very long breath, she will attempt to make the climb.
If you fall, don't scream. There isn't a reason you should get us all killed.
Please shut up.
It's not very nice.
Rude.
Especially if I am the one holding your rope.
I might just forget to do that.
She doesn't seem to notice what you're saying, as she's very focused on the other side and not down.
I'll remind you later.
Ooh, okay. So hold on.
Oh, all right.
If you are using the rope, are you using the rope or are you free climbing?
I'm using the rope. Holy shit.
Okay.
Why would I free climb?
Here, it's either athletics or acrobatics.
Fuck you.
Jesus Christ.
What happened to if you can cross, you may. I have to be right back. You piece of crap. Stay gone for a little while longer. All right, I'll do acrobatics.
Okay.
Sizzle spicy today, bro.
I shake the rope
that.
and make
DC
a roll
was 20.
disadvantage.
I will scream.
I think Alaric would hold it steady.
I'm just wondering if
you do
it's not-
manage to make it across with no issue.
I'm just asking questions.
There is a cold sweat on her brow by the time she makes it on the other side, arriving in the pitch black, where she's now standing in utter darkness.
How are you, Alric? Are you stable?
No. I will go last. Call the
It is
dame
fine.
over.
I am asking how you are. It is no small feat to help another person across like this.
He, rather than answer, actually
He's
double
basically
checks
looking
his
at
footing.
your endurance.
Oh, well, Alaric is leaning away from the chasm, sort of hanging off of the stone's pressure from the other side. His feet are hard dug to the ground, and the rope, now coiled around his arms tightly, has sort of puffed out the sinew of his limbs, and he is glistening, essentially, with sweat. But he seems all right.
Aceleral's just braced with you, arms wrapped around the rope.
Glistening trapezius.
We are glistening. Sabine,
No fatigue here.
Sabine will look back,
this time,
give a
do
nod.
you wish to cross?
You should go first.
Get on the rope.
Damn it. You said it's in athletics.
Or
Or
acrobatics.
in acrobatics.
All right. Weird flex.
Make it across, no issue.
And just somersault across, like, whoop. Not even
Prince
need
of Persia wall runs across.
I was trying that, but I was told no.
This is using the rope. This is not climbing on the wall.
Wall running is different.
We can parkour later. Don't worry.
Yes. The old walking along the rope, Warframe style. Just running back and forth.
Yeah.
Sliding across it.
Who's next?
Come on then.
Don't look down.
You should go across.
I'm holding the end, Silurian. We'll have to unwrap. Just go. I'll be fine.
Famous last words.
She narrows her eyes at him tightly. You owe someone. Yes. And when you get out of here, you'll still be someone. You need to make it across while it is easier. And I will put my life in your hands to pull me across.
Once again, rather than retort verbally, Alaric just begins to untie himself from the rope, one loop at a time from his arm. She'd see that the rope itself has imprinted itself on his skin, kind of latch little visible cuts of red. He's going to hang climb over on the rope. Or try to.
Siluro would take his place.
What do I roll, DM, sir?
You are using the rope?
Yes.
Athletics or acrobatics? Of which you make it across. No issue.
All right, not seconds. Upon arrival, Alaric moves on over to the rock, checks the knot, and then holds onto it regardless, bracing against the stone and digging his heels to the ground, sort of prepared to catch Siluri's weight.
As the light source moves,
There it is.
you're sort of now illuminating the rest of the party. And illuminating the cavern you're in. Everybody roll me a perception check, please.
Is this for like eyesight or hearing or just about every sense?
All of the above.
Okay. Everybody but Marana and Sabine. Shaking in your own way. Distracted, what have you. The rest of you would begin to hear the skittering coming from this section.
Oh, good.
Siluro would begin to affix the rope to her waist.
Good, because you also hear skittering behind you.
Fastly and thoroughly, tying it around her waist. Monka hissing.
Okay. As the crab begins to inspect where the light went, sort of realizing now that it wasn't just a part of the normal cavern fixture, that this is a moving light source. So go ahead and roll me. Are you moving
Stupid
across?
smart crab.
Are you moving across the crag wall?
Crab wall.
How else? Like, am I gonna fix the fucking rope?
Just tell me how you're getting across.
I mean, I guess you could tie it off where you're at and then try to do that, but that's up to you.
Bro, I got a +0 survival. You really don't want me to do that.
Okay. So if you're doing this, go ahead and roll me, sort of binding it over yourself. Go ahead and roll me your athletics to get across. The DC is 13. If you fail by more than 5, something bad happens.
Run.
Thankfully.
I'm strong and small.
Indeed.
It's like
thankfully.
American Ninja Warrior, just.
I'm strong and small.
No real strain, even on your person, as you're beginning to make your way across. You find no issue and make it all the way over.
5'4", climbing the wall.
Everybody roll me a stealth check.
By the way, at that last bit of climbing, would be Alaric ready to catch her hand, sort of pull her onto stable ground? Oh my god, the crap.
Solero would catch it.
Those that are wearing chain, half plate, please roll a disadvantage.
Oof.
Okay.
What you gonna do with that 20, bud?
The two goth girls vanish.
Which of you two, Alaric and Sildaril, which of you is getting caught? The 26, I'm counting towards one of your failures. Which of you is getting the success? Which one is not?
I'll take the failure.
With my nat 20, real quick, did they provide me with a arcane focus? Or was I not given one?
You'd have been given one.
I've been given one? Great. I would, hearing the skittering and close, Yuria would inch forward, and then I believe I can cast this 30 feet. Let's see, somatic and material. She would cast minor illusion to make sort of like a low moaning sound, like someone in pain over in this direction.
Ah. Post minor illusion for me?
Sort of like...
You create a sound or image of an object within range. Okay.
I did that once to mimic the sound of a creature, and it ended up being their war cry, and I started a war in the middle of the city.
Ooh, that's awkward.
That's holy shit.
It would be. Alaric would know the noise very well. It would be the moaning of the portly fellow and his gents after they got beat the shit out of from the guards.
Okay. Then,
I think I was unconscious at the time.
Oh, well.
Then
everyone else would know.
Then for Sildaril, with that, I will let you roll stealth again.
Boy. Just ain't happening today.
Brother.
It's really meant to go to Red Lobster, bro.
She found the stick, guys.
I see.
I'll take the 6.
I tried.
Okay. Give me a moment.
I took the 6.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. With the rest of you hiding, sort of pushing yourself up against the refuse, up against the wall, it would be about 10 seconds after you've cast that spell. I'm going to ask this. Are you keeping the light on?
I believe that's up to the caster.
That's who I'm asking.
Yeah, he's asking.
No, I would drop it.
Oh, goodness.
Okay.
Good, now we can't see. Shit.
Some of us can.
Well, la-ti-da.
Oh, good.
I can't. I am fucked.
The skittering grows incredibly loud. It is, for those of you that can see, it is not a pretty sight. The monstrous crabs that are here, now sort of inspecting and searching, sort of you watch as they begin to tear into the pile of refuse, as they begin to sort of discard large segments of trash and rock, sort of haphazardly throwing them aside, looking for the source of this this wounded sound that you've created. Thankfully, with the light dropped, you are not immediately seen. Your presence has been alerted, however. The crabs are searching for those that can see. With everybody staying completely still and hiding, I want everybody to describe to me how they are hiding.
DM, describe this to me here.
It is a rather large pile of trash, broken barrels, segments of wood splinters, dirt, rocks, large clumps of the moss that currently hangs from the caverns is also adorned in it.
Is it about waist high?
It's a little bit larger than that. It'd probably come up to your chest.
All right. Well, Alaric was caught by the noise as he was halfway untying the rope from around Suluru. He would have grabbed the rope, still tied, and pulled her down with him behind the pile and against the wall.
Earl would have been pulled. As it is not hard.
Yurio, this little outcropping right above her, she would do her best to basically squeeze behind it, sort of vertically, with her like arms crossed, squishing up against the wall as much as she can. And unable to see, she would just kind of be staring straight ahead, listening to the sounds, hoping she isn't eaten soon.
Okay.
Sabine would be up against the wall, and she's going to try and make herself try and position her shield to where it's tilted and keep herself positioned behind it, like make herself as small behind the shield as possible.
Okay. Kellen?
Kellen is up against the wall with like the foliage looking stuff and kind of like wriggling his way into it or against it, and then like very carefully kind of like pulling it sort of around him to hide his profile. Not really to like cover him necessarily, but it's basically like at a glance it would sort of be more vegetation than person.
Mhm.
And he's moving slowly, not quickly, knowing that jerky movements are more likely to attract attention than slow, fluid ones.
Marana?
Likewise, she just kind of backs into the vegetation, just very slowly, trying to let it just come over her as she just walks back into it.
Okay.
Slowly recedes.
Play dead.
There's a moment where eventually the sounds fade. The sort of weakened groans of pain and protest begin to fade out as the weave dissipates. What is your spell save DC?
Let me find out. I've never had to use that before. 15.
15. Okay. I'm going to roll some intelligence investigation checks for the crabs.
I'm waiting for them to be fucking mega mine.
Yeah, just wrinkle brain all the way across.
At least one of them is.
How would you know that? Are you looking at Twitch chat?
No. I'm a pessimist.
One of them does break off from the others and begins to make its way down where all of you are at currently. And it, right now, is sort of scraping its large claws against the moss and stone, almost as if like feeling heat. Like placing your hand across the surface of something. That's what it looks like it's doing. Its eyes.
I'm
You're
going to
do
cast
what?
prestidigitation. And I'm gonna cause like a I'm gonna chill the area underneath his claw.
Okay. Roll
For
me
up to an hour.
Sleight of hand check.
What
Real
a
quick,
hand!
is that a
I'm
verbal spell?
Fairly
No.
certain.
Okay.
Can you post? Can you post prestidigitation for me? I'm pretty sure it has a somatic material which requires you to move your hands.
I don't think it does.
It has verbal and somatic.
Where?
That's the V and the S. V stands for verbal, S stands for somatic, M stands for material. It requires you to speak and requires you to move your hands to cast that spell. So, if you would like to, you can. I will need a sleight of hand check from you.
I can't whisper.
This is the sleight of hand check. This is generally, by the way, this isn't something you're supposed to be able to do. Only sorcerers are able to silent cast their spells. Everybody else who casts them has to cast them generally at full volume. So what I'm giving you here is an olive branch. You can choose to take it if you'd like. Or you can let it investigate and see what happens then. What are you doing?
Just let it investigate. Never mind.
Okay. As it continues to move its claws across the surface, you would watch, those of you that can see, as its eyes sort of drift and shift, passing over where some of you are hiding, some of you not able to see at all. You would watch as its attention is drawn to the stalagmite. You would see the claw sort of grab the whole of it, and with a sudden break, snap the stalagmite with the rope attached.
As it does, Alaric will try to unbind the rope from around Siluriel and discard it towards the chasm.
I'll need a sleight of hand check.
I will take that.
Okay. Quietly, you manage to unbind the rope from Sildaril, with Sildaril's assistance, I imagine, to not knock around her armor or her weapon.
They're like pressed together, so it's like two worms for bodies wiggling together, trying to get the rope up.
And very quickly tossing it over the edge. The crab's sort of attention pulling it up the full length that its arm and claw can lift, and sort of the other claw grabbing and sort of pulling it up, sort of looking at it, inspecting it. You would watch then as it begins to sort of bind the rope along the length of its back through the various spines that it has. And sit there for an unknown amount of time, but enough to make you, those of you who are not familiar with sort of laying or sitting still, enough where you can feel some of the muscles in your body burn. Sort of just watching and looking. And finally, either satisfied that nobody has made any noise, or there hasn't been any sort of discerning scent that they could have caught, such as bleeding, the crab eventually turns itself with its new rope and makes its way back to the rest of its compatriots.
Fucking crap.
All of you, in your current adrenaline-filled state, would hear what sounds like this sort of more apparent or sort of slick slapping sound reverberating from the cavern. Those of you that can see would see the crab's attentions turn. A voice, one you cannot understand, speaks in this guttural, almost gurgled language. But it talks sort of with this commanding sort of tone to it. The crab's completely silent, sort of chitter or reply, only to be cut off by this sort of harsh sound that comes from this figure. The crabs, whatever had happened, turn and begin making their way very quickly from the area that you had cast the spell.
Laura would sigh a relief as she leans against Alaric. They are gone.
I think it'd be at this moment she realized that Alaric has been holding his breath this whole time. He exhales like this raspy, overexcited exhalation. Are you sure?
I do not see them. They are gone.
What are the others? He looks across, and of the four, what would he see?
You would see
your
Uriel
passive
bound up.
perception would see nobody.
They seem to be fine.
Alaric is flabbergasted because he doesn't see shit.
Sabine would peek her head out from her shield. Looking.
After a moment, by the way, as all of you have sat here, it's only when like your very quiet talking occurs is when you begin to hear the slapping sound, the sort of slick noise begin to depart as if something had lingered for a moment.
These things are smarter than we give them credit for.
So we wouldn't understand it, not even with like the whole beast speech thing.
No, it doesn't have any similarities whatsoever to beast tongue. Beast tongue is very harsh, very grunty. This is almost
Wet and
gurgling.
eldritchy.
Yeah.
What is that? Not undercommon, but I know what you're talking about. But yeah.
DM,
Yes.
Alric will walk over the space the crab crowded, and he'll lean over and feel the ground and the moss for any sort of detritus that he can tell might have belonged to the crab, in case he wants to track it.
Oh, sure. Roll me a survival check. Fairly hard to find anything. You do find what appear to be loose segments of just about everything here. It appears that at least some area here has been heavily trafficked. So who knows if it belongs to that particular crab.
Is there any scent or anything like that?
No, everything around you smells awful.
Ooh, what kind of awful? Like humid and dank, or
rotting, like seafood, and sort of very apparent mold. Mildewed wood. I mean, I can go on.
Just gross.
Festering corpses.
You think that's gross? Well, Alaric, in his attempt at picking the trail, he plucked free a little tangle of brown something from the moss and licked it.
Roll my Constitution saving throw, please.
I will.
God, strange. There's this new slapping noise. It's followed by gurgling.
It was violent retching, which attracts all of the crabs.
Strange.
We don't need chum.
What sort of alien thing is that?
Let me guess, it tastes as bad.
It is an immediate fight or flight for the contents of your stomach, and they chose flight. I'm going to give you one opportunity to roll another sleight of hand check to
Vomit quietly.
stifle your throw up.
Silenced vomit. Let's go.
Would it help if Alaric staggered over to the chasm and
It
let it
wouldn't.
rip?
It wouldn't.
Okay.
Ah, yes. The infinitely falling puke.
You're just gonna have to vomit into your hands, bro.
Whoa! That man's used to vomiting. Holy shit.
He's done this before. He's
The-
pretended not to be affected.
Hands clasping over your mouth, the sort of the immediate like little spray past your fingers. But you manage to not draw attention to yourself with your very foolish act.
From this very foolish act, does he learn any lessons?
Yeah. You learn that not only is there debris, festering bodies, mold and the like that's here, you also know what crab excrement tastes like.
I see. He took a moment to shit. That's why it took so long.
Excellent deduction.
Oh no.
Sherlock.
You all saw this, by the way. Those of you that can see would have seen Alaric sort of apply the monocle, the curious Sherlock Holmes cap, as he sort of pressed to the floor, pick something up, lick it, and then immediately.
I wish I had dark
Sabine
vision.
is peeking over her shield with a look of utter horror.
Yeah.
Holy
yeah.
fuck.
Just to be
Murata
clear,
is-
he still vomits, right?
Oh yeah, no.
Wait, what happened?
It's a quiet. You have managed to place your hands and sort of catch it, but there are like the rivulets that spray past between your fingers and everything like that.
What's happening?
You paying attention?
I think I just tried crap shit.
Sildurl's face would just flatten. Why?
I'm pretty sure I just tried crap shit.
Why?
wanted to know sometimes in the flavor you learn things.
Yeah, that it tastes like shit.
I don't think that's how that works, but anyway.
Come on.
It wouldn't be until this point when they actually start whispering that Yuria would sort of unravel from her like mummy-like pose. Still unable to see anything, she sort of just crouches in place and waits to see what the others will do, hoping they don't
Now
just leave
can
her
I
there.
cast prestidigitation to clean him from his vomit?
Yeah.
So she will kind of turn to him, just with this like face of "You're not traveling with me like that."
He's got this loopy, like dangling jack slaw look. Tongue hanging outside.
It is an elven hand movement that she does to cast it. If you're an elf, you would know that.
What's it look like?
She would bring her hand up with like her two first fingers pointing upward, like as if pointing to like the sky, and she would gesture down and forward like a sign language, but it's elven in nature. And out would come the spell. And he would not be covered in vomit.
Cool.
Does the taste, the flavor, the smell go away with the spell?
No. The smell does. The taste doesn't.
If she would have cast it on the poop before you ate it, yes.
Delightful.
Well, he didn't eat it.
Tonight we feast.
I'm instantly clean.
He
Don't
like-
eat poop.
And then he spat it, and then he puked.
It's a very visceral reaction, by the way. Your body's immediate intent was to let you know this is bad.
So it's worse than poop, actually.
I don't want to know how you're devising that.
You see,
Right.
there's this video.
No.
Oh,
No.
What are you all
Absolutely not.
doing?
Eating
Just to
crap.
be clear, no one recognized the language, right?
What is everybody's languages? Alaric?
Let me open up.
Common Elvish Giant.
Sylvan, Celestial, Elvish.
Kellen?
I have Common, Elvish, and Beast Tongue.
Marama?
I didn't get an extra language.
I have Common, Draconic, Elvish, and Tarosian Sign Language.
Sabine?
Common, Celestial, Elvish.
Yuria?
Common, Elvish, Undercommon.
Yeah, none of you know what this language is.
Understood.
So, you know that those of you that saw would know that the crabs are treated south. It is currently pitch black for you humans. What are you all doing?
Yuria's quiet whisper would pierce the dark. Unable to see anyone, she would just hope someone would respond. Is it clear?
It is clear. Come on. They went south, and so we will go north.
Good. And Yuria would draw her blade.
One more time?
Yuria would draw her blade.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Oh no.
As you draw,
Uh-oh.
As you draw your blade,
Well, fuck now, buddy.
You you know what your blade looks like.
Mhm.
Rather, the sort of lack thereof.
Mm-hmm.
As you draw the blade, you would feel some of the resistance or some sort of contact that's made as you pull the blade free from the sheath.
Ooh. If she would feel resistance, she would sheath it again.
Okay.
She would not. If there's, she's very sensitive to
There
her blade.
was a very immediate moment where, for the very brief moment, you'd have heard in your own head. And then you very quickly link it back together.
She would gently pat it, sort of mutter to it under her breath.
What's everybody doing?
Taylor would offer her hands out to the people still standing behind her. Can you not see? It is probably a good idea we get moving.
Well, as I said, the half-elven generation of my father had passed me by, so I am quite blind.
Well, then grab a friend and let's go.
Is there a friend to grab?
I am useless. You'll have to guide me, or I need light.
I
Is
am
Kellen,
holding
like-
out my hand.
Well,
I
you
can't
said
see
grab a
anything.
friend, you didn't say grab my hand.
Yes, I did.
Grab
So
a
your sort of presentation of hands is met with what you can see blank faces as they're sort of like staring past you. They are complete, like right now they both have the blind status.
It is pitch black.
Put
In the
your hands
darkness-
out.
Yuria does so.
I'll put my hand.
Marana does so.
You lying liar.
Yeah,
Yep.
I will take Ellen's hand with his left, and he'll take Morana's right with his right.
Dude, that
Ooh.
fucking took me out
And
of
he
these.
will press his hammer to Morana's other arm for her to carry.
I'm so human.
To hold on to the hammer, or just...
Yes, the very fucking heavy hammer.
No, what I mean is, how is he kind of like just hold on to my arm like that?
No, before he takes her hand, he just
Oh.
as a gesture from a man who's unable to do things in a non-brutish way, shoves it to her chest and then janks her hand.
Can I recall from when we were going through the dark hallways that Morana had no issue?
There were no dark hallways. The rest of the cavern has been incredibly lit.
I'm talking about earlier in the campaign, like in the morning when we were going to the
The mines were also lit.
not the mines, the
The
Other
hallway, the hallways between were not lit.
hallways between weren't lit, and she walked through them, no problem.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much go forward kind of thing, right?
There were lights on either side. Like, it's that situation where, like, you walk into a hallway, it might be dark, but there is light at the end.
They can kind of fake it until
Yeah.
there,
Mhm.
as long as I keep walking straight.
Yeah.
Clearly,
I
was
would-
banging.
I would take Kellen's hand from Alaric. I'm like, I've got her. I can see. I don't know.
Her? Who are we talking about?
I think she's
That's a
asking to switch.
Ah,
So let's switch places, Kellen.
hooray.
Okay, everybody's buddied up.
Yay,
Those
my
that are
favorite.
leading, please roll me a stealth check.
Get your battle buddies, or else you're in trouble.
Guide me, elf.
So the sighted,
Those that are leading right now. So Sabine, Alaric, Sildaril.
All the
Would
plate
Sabine have advantage because I technically have
Elf, please.
training in stealth?
Sabine, are you proficient in stealth? Then you would just get one roll. And this would be, I guess you can use Marana's modifier.
Oh, geez. If you wanted to use Marana's modifier, that'd be a 19. Jesus.
Ooh, do I get help from Kellen then?
If you want.
So just a flat roll then, instead of disadvantage. So 15 still. Sildaril, do you have proficiency in stealth?
Nope.
Yuria, Sildaril, can you roll me at disadvantage?
Where are you taking me, Elf?
I'll let you fucking go. How about that?
Well, at least it's consistent.
Nice.
Okay. Those of you that are leading, you would
I don't know
know
where you are.
there is the path north and the path south. The one thing you would notice, all of you, with your passive perception, is that there is no noise. The skittering, chittering sounds that came from the crabs are gone.
Come on. We are going north.
Whose hand am I holding on Alaric?
I guess mine.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, you got Kellen.
Then come unto your maker, my child.
This man's gonna get me killed.
I just don't understand why you two haven't eaten your vegetables.
Those carrots are gross. I don't know. Ugh.
I take vitamins. What do you want?
Kellen thinks carrots are gross. Okay, noted.
No, I actually like carrots, just cooked in a certain way. I won't bite off a raw carrot though. That's fucking gross. Dude.
Noted.
Who would?
Me.
I love raw carrots with ranch.
See, with ranch.
All right,
of
Bob.
course. The whitest statement I've ever heard.
You all begin to travel north as a group, holding each other tightly to ensure that nobody gets lost. As such,
Except Kellen.
there won't be a roll to determine if anybody did get lost in the dark, because you are helping one another. It is now time for a map transition as you move into the second part of the cavern.
Oh, boy.
Who's ready to get fucked up?
Me.
Apparently not you.
Crap
Yeah.
shit.
I was down to fight some crabs earlier.
Really? Because you're still clinging against the wall for me.
Well, that's because we're in a map transition, so I was just waiting for the map transition.
A likely story.
Yeah. When you said map transition, I just kind of leave everything alone, to be honest. As I'm like, well, who knows if Foundry will decide to reach to my computer and punch me in the face.
You have found yourself in, again, a completely pitch black cavern. There's no noise, no dripping sound, no skittering, chittering, nothing like that.
No nonsense.
For those of you that can see in the dark, your muted gray vision that doesn't denote color at all, you would be able to discern the details that are here. However, it's like looking through dim light. There are large piles of refuse, which are sort of harder to make out of the details of what's in them, as well as the sort of colorations or sort of patterns or anything like that. Everything is hard to see.
Alaric, are you gonna go?
Is Alaric blocking the way, apparently?
Yes.
You should be able to see the map.
I just don't see Siluriel. I was waiting for her to pop up.
you? Well, I can't even see where you are. So when you moved, I was like,
Go down.
there we go.
There you go. All right,
Ooh.
there it is.
Flip me around. There
By
we
the
go.
way, it is a gracious thing that you have that small circle to see around you. Otherwise, you would have no vision whatsoever. You shouldn't have that, is what I'm saying.
Sabine just has a questioning look on her at the current point in time.
As you step into this further depth of the cavern, you would find yourself at an impasse. There are 3 tunnels to take. There's the one here that leads southeast, the one that leads northeast, and the one that leads north.
I think I should reload because I don't see Silveril.
Reload. What are you all
There is
doing?
3 passageways. Which way do we want to go?
Madam, I'm blind. Which way looks the best?
Is there anything we can hear or feel, like wind?
If we want to follow the source of whatever that slapping noise was, look for moisture, I suppose.
Can I do like
All right.
a survival check to like feel like wind,
Yeah.
air, smells, or anything like that? Hearing.
Sure.
Alric will attempt to do the same.
This would be
So I
based
guess-
on your hearing.
I intended my character to browse the ground, actually.
Sure. You can't make out coloration or anything, by the way, Alaric.
17.
What do you see, like ruddy patches where, legs have trod and things like that?
You can sort of discern that there is like that similar moss on the floor, but you can't discern what its coloration is. You don't, if there is any liquid here of any kind, you don't know what it is based off coloration or anything like that. So again, for those of you that can see with your dark vision, it is a gray to everything.
What's the ground like? Is it mud? Is it stone?
As you place your hands to it and begin to feel, it is stone, or at least some crag surface.
So there'll be no declivity on it to show prints or things like that.
Not here. Kellen, you would hear, not wind, not anything like that. You would hear sort of echoing, distant slapping sounds.
From where?
Given where you're currently standing, all around you. You're at like the tail end of the sound, if that makes sense. You also wouldn't be able to discern where because you can't see.
Okay, well. It will continue to be useless then. Other than to point out that the slapping sound is still happening. Words.
Marana, Sabine.
I'm keeping an eye up ahead to see if they're moving. Have you guys decided which way we're going? No?
Each of these tunnels look to be full of rubble, except the northern one.
Do you want to try and go north?
I have this nicking feeling that no matter which way we go, we'll end up in the same place.
Yuria would keep her nose open for anything that might smell different, like specifically looking for like smell of the sea or water, since these are crabs.
So the sort of fetid,
I regret.
the sort of scent that you had been around the most while you were in there in the previous chamber, it doesn't seem to. It's not as prominent here. So if there are crabs, you can't smell them, if that makes sense.
Indeed.
It's more so the mildew smell that you have now.
Alec, any thoughts?
As with any maze, I think we should stick to the right and wrap around as we go.
These are sea critters that we are facing. It would make sense that there is some pool of water somewhere in this cavern. Perhaps trying to find that would be useful. Signs of moisture, of water, smell of salt. At least the fetid scent has lightened in this place.
As you say that, all of you would hear this sort of shuffling sound.
Shit.
As rubble is and refuse is sort of knocked free. And emerging from its little cave.
Oh.
One of the crabs.
No.
But
It looks just as surprised as all of you as it emerges from its home.
Is there... Okay. Okay. Well, I can't see it.
I imagine we're spotted, yeah?
It's initiative.
Okay. Well,
Wait, it's immediately hostile then?
The DM said, "You've avoided combat too long. Fuck you."
that's the...
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know if it was immediately hostile. I was like, well, we can't do animal handling on it then. But I can't see it. Right?
It's initiative to get everybody in order. If you would like to try animal handling on your turn, you may.
I would have to see it, wouldn't I?
Correct.
Yeah.
I'll try animal handling if I can see it, but that's...
well.
Oh.
I wanted to say exactly the same, but I feel so bad just saying so.
Every time.
That's why I ask if it's hostile, because Alaric intended to try and appease it.
Well, our ranger might still have a chance. Oh, he can't
Do
see.
you think it
but-
will be impressed if we put on some human drip?
Kellen, you would hear the sound, this sort of emerging noise very close, and the sort of refuse and trash that would hit your feet. So something north of you, give or take, is the source, and you would immediately hear the chittering.
So it's definitely a crab. Okay. All right. Can I attempt some kind of animal handling check on it?
You can roll a perception check at disadvantage to try and locate it, and then we'll go from there.
Perception at disadvantage. That's control, right?
Correct.
I'm in danger.
16.
16. Okay. We'll face you the right way.
Good.
Be able to discern that it's in terms of directions, about northeast. You can attempt to walk forward. You can attempt to move away.
I don't know how far it is.
Correct. It's close.
Okay. Well, I'll turn and kind of like blade hands, and kind of try to do like some sweeping motions of like kind of see if it'll pay attention or stop. Hopefully attacking.
Interesting. You're attempting to draw its attention to you?
I'm trying to. That's not what I said. So I'm attempting to see if I can placate it somehow or establish communication with it.
I say, sir.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, roll me an animal handling.
Is there any way Alaric could help Kellen in this attempt to conciliate with the crowd?
You tell me how you're helping him.
Well, as Kellen approaches, Alaric flanks him, and he holds up both palms as a sign of appeasement.
Ooh. See, they're crabs. It probably means like aggression. You're showing him your claws.
You're giving him the crab equivalent of a middle finger.
He fucking grabs your face. What do you say to me, you little bitch?
Oh shit! Roll initiative.
Not while we have a fucking drink in my mouth, Jesus.
The fuck did you just say to me? That was my mom's a nice lady.
I would. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no on the assist.
But 23.
But you did roll 23. Its large, sort of claws. You would hear the as it like snaps, sort of sounding like steel.
Yikes.
And its claws sort of slam into the stonework, sort of more revealing its location. Its attention's on you. It hasn't made any outwardly aggressive actions aside from that just now. If you manage to roll on its turn another animal handling, you may dissuade it from combat.
So I have to wait for its turn.
Correct.
Assuming we don't gank it in the meantime, of course.
Correct.
Because if we start punching it, it's gonna...
Correct. Alert.
I'd say that if Alaric did not provide assistance, it's just going to be a passing of the turn, as he seems as least threatening as possible.
Interesting.
We're all just staring at each other.
To appear not as threatening, you may roll me a deception or persuasion check.
At disadvantage because you look threatening as fuck.
Your scarred face doesn't help, but 23. Okay. Its focus, the eyes that are moving rapidly for those that can see, its focus has sort of shifted from the more peripheries to focusing on Kellen. Sabine.
I saw one of these bitches try to yoink Alaric in half, so I'm going to take a dodge action.
Okay, you let go of Morana.
Oh no, she's helpless.
And prepare a dodge action.
Never be able to find her way now.
Oh no!
Okay. It is the giant crab's turn.
Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
It immediately sort of pushes itself up to you, now in your view, Kellen.
Boy.
This monstrous thing. The claws aren't just like they're not just claws. They're sort of sharpened, and you can see where like adornments of metal have sort of been cast over the top of them.
Oh shit.
Segments of like would appear to be like loose or long strips of chainmail are sort of wrapped onto like its claw limb. And it looks very like Mad Max.
It's very Fallout crowd.
Do not become addicted to water. Mediocre.
So, on its turn, you can roll me one more animal handling.
So now or after it does something?
It's approached you. It's sort of peacocking currently. Almost like sort of squaring up, if that makes sense. So
Square up, bitch.
This is you're trying to diffuse the situation.
Word. Okay. So kind of a similar thing where like it's first a display of like arms out, and I don't really have anything to like clack with, but just kind of like thumping my flat hand against my chest and then lowering them to see if that affects anything. So we will try an animal handling.
Okay.
Damn it. Of course. I should have realized that it was me rolling these dice, and that should have been my
And I can't help you, brother. I'm sorry.
See, if you're wearing cool like stalls and shit, this would be easy.
Yeah, if I was Mad Max as well, he would be like, brother.
It's not. Ooh, a 9.
You don't have enough drip.
It's not a. It's not a crushing grab, but one of its claws does attempt to sort of grab onto your waist and pull you up from the floor, as if lifting you up towards its eye stalks.
But it's not hurting me, it's just lifting me.
I mean, it hurts, right? You're being basically held by giant metal claws. And it's not like they know what's the right amount of pressure. So it is a very strained sort of compression on your abdomen and up towards your diaphragm. So it is lifting you. Do you resist?
I'm going to wait. I'm gonna gamba.
This is going to be the softest PK ever.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Gently eating you.
One half of Kellen drops by Mirana's feet, the other lands on Alec's arm.
No.
I'm gonna gam.
Just gonna wait.
Okay. Yuria, your vision has been invaded by monstrous crab body.
Has it? Can I even see that?
Yeah, so that small circle around you is what you can see in your immediate area.
Oh, I thought that was just that we could like move with the person guiding us. All right, fair enough.
No, it's like it's like your sort of senses around you as a person, right? Like you sort of have your natural senses, even in the pitch black, to sort of be able to feel and sort of be aware of some of your surroundings. It's not complete vision, but it is more like being able to reach out and feel things.
Interesting.
The bubble sense around you.
There is the initial desire to draw blades and fight this creature. However, she also remembers the sword's desire. And that gives her pause. I haven't heard anyone else try to fight this thing yet.
You'd have heard,
What would I have heard?
you'd have heard the sort of slapping sound, and then probably the sound of like Kellen like as he's lifted and his like abdomen compressed.
Ooh, all right. Well, with that sound, if it sounds like he's dying, she will draw her
Roll me
blade.
a perception check.
Okay. Very well. 1%.
It's not like when Alaric was being torn in half. It's more so like something has applied pressure to Kellen, but you'd, at least for some
Like
of them, you'd expect at least him to scream.
It's like when your friends hug you way too hard and you're like, oh, Jesus, stop it. But maybe
I don't have friends.
Well,
Uh,
there's no frame of reference. Do as you will.
well, she's kind of stunned in indecision at the moment. Then, Siluriel would feel like this hard pressure against her hand. She's being led, and just a sort of gentle whisper as she slowly backs away from the crab. Madam, what do we do?
Okay. Siluriel, it's your turn.
If you cannot help, then you cannot help.
I can help killing. But I'm not sure what is actually happening.
Can I see exactly what's happening?
You would see the back of this giant crab adorned with segments of other like broken plate and chainmail. This is probably the most heavily armored crab you've ever seen in your life. And it has Kellen in its giant metal claws and is like raising him up off the floor sort of closer to its eye stalks. You would actually be there.
So this is straight up initiative, not like danger, like high what is that term? High.
We're technically an initiative, but things are happening.
I know. I rolled initiative. I'm asking if this is high stress or he's attacking.
Roll me a perception check.
Because the last time I saw any crab lift anything, they impaled it on their back.
Indeed.
This is what I'm asking.
You've also watched them rip body parts off and, you know, almost rip the Alaric in half. But you would see that compared to before, it at least just has a hold of Kellen, and Kellen doesn't appear to be resisting. This is a high-stress situation. Nobody has engaged in combat yet.
Well, that's about to change.
Good.
What are you doing?
Because, Kellen in its hands. No. Let's see. She would step forward. So that crab takes up the entire. Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. She would step forward, and with that perception check, would I be able to see any kind of? Because on the token I see what seems to be a little butt crack, a little break in the shell area.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What are you
Is there
attempting
a
to
weak
discern?
point in the carapace of this crab that I can see?
We'll call this an
Asphalt.
investigation.
Investigate its butt.
Seriously?
Well, your perception was to discern what's happening to Kellen. Investigation, you've now turned your attention to try and find a weak point in this crab. Yeah, the sort of back portion, the sort of segment, the sort of back row of spine seems to be exposed. What that will afford you when you attack, who knows?
A wrap.
Will free action talk, speak to area. Do you know any way to make it not make noise?
Perilous to browse a moment.
No, I'm afraid not.
Alright, well, I will plunge my Zweihander into the crack in the carapace.
Go ahead and roll me an attack roll.
This poor crap.
Go pick people up.
Silurill, the penetrator of crabs.
Not
Even
this time.
even against its lowered armor class back, an 11 does not hit, I'm afraid. Attempting to drive your Zweihander into a weakness that you found, instead dragging the length of the blade up the back of this crab. So no damage. That's your action. I would say, given how much you've talked,
Do I not get advantage for flanking or anything?
you are not flanking. Kellen's on the other side, but he is not in a.
I thought I'm perfectly diagonal from Alaric.
You are not.
You aren't, and Alaric isn't also threatening the crab.
Okay, whatever. Okay.
Advantage, by the way, is not flanking. It's a +2.
Okay.
Sorry. Marana.
Has the crab been startled by this?
As this is all happening rapidly, what you would see would be the blade driving up the back of this creature. So its whole body moves.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, not sure what we're doing yet. It hasn't reacted yet. I did see Kellen try to do something, and I don't know how it's going to go from here. So I'm going to draw both of my weapons and take the dodge action.
Okay. You are prepared. Kellen. Being lifted up in this thing's claws, which you allowed it to do, you are effectively grappled by this creature. You would hear the scraping of the sword along the back of this crab, of which you would see Sildaril attack.
Well, has that since
Actually, you
changed?
wouldn't see shit. Sorry. I forgot you were a human.
Human gang.
You would hear the sounds of combat.
So at this point, it's probably going to be hostile no matter what, in his estimation.
I'll say, given that it's been attacked, I'll raise the DC for your animal handling.
Crab thinks we are trying to seduce it now.
You are now its boyfriend.
Ooh.
But that would be my action. I wouldn't be able
Correct.
to ungrapple if I want to do that.
Yeah, it's
So
either you attempt to break the grapple or you attempt to dissuade.
Choices.
You might want to share with me, that we're not trying to kill it.
You're the only one who can see. I'm literally working blind here.
Didn't know that being blind made your voice stop working.
Sure as hell did. Fuck it. I'm just gonna try and get out of its grapple. This is a bad position to be in.
Okay.
Regardless of situation.
Go ahead and roll me this would be athletics or acrobatics versus its athletics.
Okay, acrobatics. 19.
Sorry. You managed to slip free. This sort of moment of distraction where the creature's eye stalks very quickly swivel over its back towards the attack that was landed gives you enough time to sort of pull or wrench yourself free of this metallic grasp. What could have been a horrible situation, by the way, you managed to avoid, at least for now.
But that's my whole action.
Correct.
And I can't move, or can I?
You could attempt to move. You might provoke an attack of opportunity, however.
Guess I will stay here.
Okay. Alaric.
Okay, is Kellen under the crowd?
He is sort of now in the process of like falling back to his feet.
Okay, what's the body language of this crab? Is it just about to get ready to whip into combat?
It looks like it's ready to take some heads.
All right. At first, Alaric seemed about ready to help Kellen break loose, but when he does, he unslings his hammer, ducks under the left claw, and takes a swing for the crab's fate.
Let's see it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, not 20 does it.
Holy shit.
Did you just fucking like 180 this thing? Just boonk,
as
upside
you
down with
swing, how do you destroy this crab?
You just one
Okay.
As you
Right, so
absolutely pulverize this thing.
I imagine that it's attacked from the back. Kellen whips free, and it rears back with finger snapping vengeance. So Alaric slides in from underneath its blind angle, swings up, hammers sort of oscillating behind them, and catches it directly in the face. So rather than kill its shell, he crunches its whole facial features to pulp under the maw.
And you do. This crater that is formed, where you wrench your hammer free, pulling out that white tissue and the sort of mucus-like liquid that begins to just ooze out of the wound. This sort of geyser, wrenching the hammer free. The whole body shudders violently, sort of rattling in place from just the hit alone, causes it to very suddenly collapse. Kellen, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, what? Okay.
You manage to slip from underneath this thing with literally no issue, no meat, no liquid, nothing touches you. You sort of back roll, sort of rolling onto your shoulders and pivoting back, and manage to push yourself up to a standstill as this body collapses down onto the ground.
Dodgeball.
And as the body lays defeated in one fell swoop, we're going to take a break.
Yay.
Ibrahim. My man.
Fucking just obliterated that thing. Nice
I'm now
job.
feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Jeez.
Rip.
It's Crabfest, boys!
Who's hungry, boys?
Hungry.
Meat's back on the menu.
Alaric's new favorite monster.
Cram.
Crustacean creatures.
Proficiency in fucking up crustacean.
Bane of arthropods.
Vengeance.
Vengeance is
Ooh,
mine.
did it say how long the break was?
15.
I mean, you just said
Okay.
Did you say 15 or you just say a break? Because that's fine. I'm
I'm
just going to assume. I'm going to assume it's 15. However,
Nice.
that seems reasonable.
Everton.
Welcome
Ah,
back.
yes. Was this a 15-minute break? We were just discussing the semantics.
Oh, yes, 15 minutes.
Nice.
Confirmed. Victory.
Just as a point to clarify for the future, as to ensure that there are no, at least any confusions future. Flanking, the way that it works, is it would be across from one another, so completely diagonal, or where both your tokens are mirrored on either side. And you would get a +2 to your attack roll. Can the party have crab legs?
I'll be honest. I don't know if I want to eat this crab.
I mean, if you want.
I don't think I want to eat this crab.
I mean, crab is
Yeah.
delicious. This crab, maybe not so much.
There's
Mhm.
just so much of it.
Also, it's mutated in some way, shape, or form.
Like eating a ghoul from Fallout. Why would
I-
you?
I don't want to eat the Chernobyl crab, thank you.
I mean, Alaric already tasted its shit. Maybe he'll try the leg.
Maybe he's mutating already. Alaric is quickly becoming a mutant crab.
First attack with the maul. Nat
Just-
20.
That was just beauteous.
You
Yeah, that was
rolling.
definitely a chef's kiss moment. Just yes,
We
keep
are
doing
rolling
it.
really well this session. I can't wait for it
Stop.
Speak
to
for
go.
yourself.
Stop!
I can't wait for it to go tits up when we hit the actual like.
You're the
This
person
is-
that nobody invites around to parties anymore because you say things like that.
Me pointing out doesn't stop it from being true.
I need someone's hand to hold because I can't see.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Now that combat's over, she'll take your dagger holdy hand again.
Ooh.
I'm here for you. Don't worry.
I may have stabbed you through the hand. I'm sorry.
Man, Marana, you're looking pretty anemic. Do you need some crab meat in your life?
Mm.
Get those red blood cells flowing.
Red blood cells. I know a good source of those.
Smile.
All right, calm down. Put that away. Save it for Hank.
So, ooh, Morana,
Kidding,
you're
lol.
looking pretty submissive and transfusionable right now.
boo.
Yeah.
Boo.
Mm.
That would be a delightful turn of irony. Just to rip Lord Haynes' fucking throat out with my own teeth.
That's the killing. You get that killing blow, and you can absolutely do that if you want.
So, Marana, how goes the totally sickly, helpless, small noble lady shtick going?
I mean, thankfully, we've not been in a position where questions can be asked. So.
I'm really just wanting to see how far she will take this shtick. Like,
It's gonna
how
go
many?
grave. I guarantee that.
How I want to see how absurd it can be, where she's just like murdered
Just
a
absolutely
dragon,
like
and she's like,
behead
"Ooh."
someone.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
no.
killed like the entire guard with our help, and she's like, yeah, guys, hold on, I need my
Let me get
calcium
my
pills."
inhaler.
Okay, I'm good. I mean,
It's like, listen, we just saw you kill 3 men.
Yeah, exactly, single-handedly.
Just you, all by yourself. Nobody else.
We walk in, she's on the roof, and she's like, "Oh yeah, sorry, new meds." Smile.
Yeah.
Meds are great.
it's like meth, but blood colored and
We're
flavored.
like, okay, Marana. We just nod.
Next
What
up,
do you say?
time to clean my entire house with a toothbrush. My God.
It's
I
like
used to
Mac
be able to
from
kill
Always
6.
Sunny.
Well,
Yeah, this is nothing. Wait till you see. Oh shit.
but yeah, just that single swing crunch.
Nothing. I would expect nothing less from Alaric wielding a giant fuck off maul, though. To be honest with you, like that.
Like
That tracks. Just the revenge, right?
the revenge from the crab battle before. Yeah.
Well, I gotta.
was-
I think it'd be
myself.
fair to say that it was like a dual kill. Like Kellen broke free, gave the opening, like roleplay wise, right?
You want?
Silveril probed its butthole.
Yeah, Silveril trying to do
That's
it.
right.
Give it an
Extremely
enema real
distracting.
quick.
Oh,
All right,
A
Crab, it's
sword
time
enema?
for your colonoscopy.
Yeah, well, I got the silver bullet for you right here.
It didn't even think we were attacking. It's like, oh, is it mating season already?
It's just like, holy shit! Now I didn't realize
You
were
guys
first.
are giving me some mixed messages.
Yeah, if you wanted to go that way, you could have just fucking said so, bro. No, you tickle like this, and you turn around, just.
Why? Did I fail the
Man.
dance?
Man.
what?
I was like, all right, it's combat.
And then we're like, no, we want to.
I
We want to
see.
diplomacy the crab.
No, not that. I mean, like, okay, everything's failed, right?
Yeah,
There, the
everything's gone.
chances are blown. It's time for combat. First attack, destroy the creature. Oh, okay.
Oh no.
No combat.
To be fair, like
Should have stayed in its burrow.
That was rather, in a story sense, that was perfect.
Yeah. Oh, it's about to make noise? Not anymore.
Lamau.
fucking Alaric the Crab Silencer, new title achieved.
Man, we've been shitting ourselves over these crabs this whole time.
Say that. It's
They're
one
nuts.
thing when Alaric one shots a single one. It's another thing when there's 15 of them.
Yeah.
Now that the baby's dead.
You have to contend with
Hello,
a
son.
crab.
Oh God.
A
Yeah.
crab that's 4 squares.
Oh no.
How bad could
It's-
that have gotten for Kellen? Well,
Pretty fucking bad.
it has metal claws. And they've seen what it does to bodies. So
Snip, snip.
it'd have probably held either side of him, cracked him like a glow stick, and then probably ate his abdomen. You know,
Nice.
Casual
Wear him
things.
as a hat and then
Normal
dance.
things.
yeah,
Just
probably
normal.
grabbed him on either side, broke his back like Bane, and then you know,
Just a normal Friday night.
rolling a new character this session.
Nice. A crab man. What are those like? I think they're from Ravinka or something. They're like the hybrid race.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He just comes out of the water. Hey guys.
What the fuck is?
We're just
DM, I roll to attack.
immediately. Like, we're gonna just axe the crab monstrosity. Anything that looks like a crustacean.
I was down for that to begin with.
No guys, I'm friendly. Ooh, yeah, see, we're human and we fear what is unknown, so you die now.
You have made a mistake. You've come to the wrong neighborhood. Time to
Oh.
commit a genocide on you. Goodbye.
Did you know that humans are lawful evil by nature?
I have a question. Would it have actually have been possible to animal handling the crab? Was that even something that was an option?
You'll never know.
Can't even just tell me.
You'll never know.
It's unfair.
Well, dang it. There might be another crab that you might try to animal handle.
I think after this, I've learned my lesson.
And the party use crab claws as weapons. They'd be improvised, and eventually they would rot. But they could certainly try.
It would be a hell of a ride until then.
Has anyone seen Jim? He's been gone for a while. We sent him up north to get some milk. He never came back.
Oh, the old got out for a pack of cigarettes trick, eh? Well,
Oh,
hi,
let's
Jim.
go find him.
My boy!
The rapid approaching sound of crabs.
See, you say, I've learned my lesson. I say, well, obviously we didn't have the skulls. We didn't have the drip.
That's what
We
it
start-
was.
We need to start wearing human body parts to blend in.
We need to go full cannibal.
Oh, you're not wearing your company issued skull.
Ooh. That's what he was investigating. He's
Not
like,
wearing-
how...
Not wearing your corn badge today, I see. Well, you're fired.
Yeah. He was examining your drip, and he found it.
I feel like that's some slang I've been wondering about. What is drip?
It's basically slang for your fashion.
Yeah.
Oh, so they've
Fucking
we've
boomer.
come up
It
with
does.
another word to
God, you're
confuse
so
the white
fucking
guys.
old.
Oh my god, dude. That's the English language. Get used to it.
Drip means something entirely different. And if someone told me
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I've got the drip, I would assume you had like gonorrhea. I'm
God,
just
you're so
telling you that
old.
now.
It's like your doves, your dove.
Jesus.
How is that old when people reinvent words like every 5 minutes because people
Drip
are-
has been
because-
around for a while, old man.
because
with the
Zoomers
times.
are dumb. Zoomers are dumb. Let's just be honest.
He's been
Oh,
around for
well.
longer, apparently.
Oh,
I've been
well.
around long enough not to use drip
I'm
in my
waiting-
general
I'm
vernacular.
waiting
I
for
don't know.
Tristan IRL to show up in this cave. Like, these damn kids.
I'm
The
doing that
true-
right. I'm doing that right now. What are you talking
The
about?
real crustacean was with us all along.
Okay, Grandpa, let's get you to bed.
Here's your bran muffin. Now go fuck off.
we used this thing called the mouse back in my day.
What the hell's an ebook?
I like ebooks. Shut up.
If we were dressed up like Chaos Space Marines, then this wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. Skulls everywhere and like, whoa, what the hell is your problem, dude?
Yeah,
We're just
we're
here for the convention, just like you, obviously.
We're gonna enter an alcove and we're gonna see a bunch of fucking crabs like hovering over miniatures.
Welcome. You bring your own set. We'll have a painting table right over
We
there.
have a 500-point minimum buy-in. We're really new player friendly.
Well, you need to borrow some dice. I've got you, brother. Here's some D6, and just like buries you under a fucking pile of them. Ah! Oh, you're clearly playing orc, so here's your D6s.
That's right. He was going to ask you if you wanted to come play in his Dungeons and Dragons game,
bro.
and then Alaric fucking murdered him.
Wow, you just ruined my new D&D friend.
Oh,
Gotta figure out
hey
what's-
there. You know, we've been looking for somebody else to come join our 6-person game. We have a dungeon master.
What did you do?
Well, you looked at me funny.
The party killed.
So Alric confirmed for like the fucking school bully who goes after the nerds playing D&D. Who's this fucking nerd? Kill him.
Oh, I see you're dressed up like a ranger. That's cool. We actually LARP at our D&D.
Oh, look.
Good boy. I don't think Alaric would take the credit for that kill, since Kellen was essentially bait for his success from a roleplay perspective.
Don't pass the buck off on me.
He's saying that when the mother crab comes, or the slappy guy comes, he's like, hey, I would be your friend, but you killed my crab. Then he can point at Kellen and be like, he did it, Lamel.
I mean,
He
sounds
did.
pretty par for the course.
Rude.
Whoa, I didn't kill him. That guy did. Points to Kellen, who was like mourning over the crab's body.
We would have
Well,
been friends.
He's like, with his other hand, he's like covering himself with like refuse, laying around like I'm one of you, you know?
Swears, I'm with you.
Could the crab be turned into armor? So, Jacob, the thing that I have about my campaign is you ask how. How could we turn the crab into armor? And you have to figure out how.
Poorly.
Who knows? Maybe there's an NPC somewhere in the world. Like, if you brought them giant crabs, they'd be like, holy shit. Do you want some armor made out of this?
I am not dragging a giant crab around through the entirety of Haynes Keep, waiting for the chance to be like, maybe this guy.
That's your fault.
Well, also,
you're missing out.
I don't need your smelling armor. And by that I mean, I have no.
Maybe you could have befriended crabs and found the crab smith. The burly the burly crab father who would have absolutely helped you guys, but you killed
the
him.
crab daddy.
You murdered him.
Yeah, that's why he had the metal claws. He was the smith.
Yeah, we've ruined our chances, lads. Time to go home. Time to pack it in.
He got all the cool like metal attachments to the other crabs.
Oh, I make armor for everybody. Oh, hello. I see your armor needs a little bit of repair.
I'm here to offer sage advice. I'm the Oracle Crab. I'm going to tell you how to defeat the BBEG. Oh, what are you doing?
Wait, I can tell you how to defeat Lord Hayne. The hammer comes down, crushes his head instantly.
We could be friends.
He just wanted to be your friend.
Maybe we could have gotten information. Alex just like, no, fuck crabs. No, okay.
All right, decided for the party.
Guess
You realize that Alaric was about to watch your ritualistic murder, yeah?
You should have. You should have waited.
Held him over his head like
yeah,
like when
it's your fault.
What the fuck? What the fuck is the fucking monkey's name from Lion King when he cracks open the fruit? That's what would have happened to Kellen.
You can thank Cyril because Alaric would have trusted Kellen's gut. You know what I mean? Like, oh, he's now in his claws. Oh, no, he's got this. No, he's got this. The ranger knows what's up. He's got this. Oh, he's being torn in half. No, he's got this. He's got this.
He'll figure out a way.
Yeah, this will be fine. This is fine. It's cool. I mean, honestly, I was just kind of like trying to lean into the whole ranger thing and trying to be kind of useful for a change, and then B, like the party had sort of expressed not wanting to kill these things outright, despite my original like, yeah, we should just probably start murdering. But kind of trying to follow that train of thought, and
Well, you did.
yes,
See, you convinced us to kill them all.
yeah. Now that the jury's out,
Well done. You're very charismatic.
11 charisma.
Except I'm not.
Sus.
Still I'm this close to trying to detect their thoughts. See if they're more than just crabs.
I wonder if you could read a crab's thoughts. Does that work, or does it have to be like a humanoid?
It needs to have a certain intelligence requirement.
Yes, normally no. Any beast, it'd be like, you hear them, you hear the desire for them to take a shit, and that's about it.
Yeah, food, poop.
But
Okay.
these are crabs that wear stuff and
Just talk to
pants.
each other apparently and have like speech of some kind.
Yes. So it's
Makes sense.
It's a little tempting.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I haven't done it yet is because I don't want to waste it and then need it later. The classic.
Ooh.
Ooh,
that sucks, bud.
I'm saving it for Slappy Guy.
His name is officially Slappy. There is no dissuading this.
I mean, that's the adjective that was used, so that is his name. Slappy McWetface.
So a good boy asked about Alaric. How does it feel to best yet another nemesis?
Or that was the earlier comment he was replying to.
Oh, okay.
We don't know if Slappy is a crab. Subis.
Slappy is a giant
That's an
kraken.
assumption.
You're all about to experience true horror in hentai fashion.
Rafiki. Thank you, Tetsuya.
I think Slappy is like a gelatinous cube with like a monocle.
And a top hat.
Yeah. Just because the DM likes torturing us.
You wouldn't kill me. I'm wearing a hat.
Oh. I've been waiting for you.
The rest of us just simultaneously
I
look
want
at each
that
other.
You
We all
must
look at
be
each
the-
other, then look back and go, bet. And then like, murder time, roll
You
initiative.
You must be the diplomatic mission. Why are you killing
Oh,
me?
I see you've come to discuss Lord Haynes' surrender. How thoughtful. Why are you drawing your weapons?
Hold on. There's no need for the one shot.
You said they said they were sending down diplomats who understood my language. You're looking at me with glassed over expressions, like whatever I'm saying just makes no sense, and all you hear is.
It's slurping at us menacingly.
Stab it in the eye.
I heard deep speech. Murder it. Clearly, it's a thrall of the Illithids.
What? No, we hate Illithid.
Oh God!
Please, we can coexist.
Yes, we can. You can coexist with lots of butter on a plate.
Oh, all right.
Is Evelyn back?
Coexisting
No.
with butter and garlic.
Welcome back.
Garlic butter.
I've been here.
Oh, why didn't you say something? I was waiting for you.
Sorry? Yo, we're talking.
Well, sure. Blame us. That's cool.
Okay.
With everybody back, and the crab brutally murdered.
Rip.
Rip and pepperoni.
What are you all doing now? Those of you that can see can see. Those of you that can't, well, you'd have heard the horrible noise.
There's just a pause after the death, and then it's just, what happened?
Did that just happen?
Well,
I
okay,
I would reach over and take Marana's hand.
Ah,
Alaric just caved in. Do crabs have skulls?
Technically, their whole body is like one.
Not this one. That's all I can say.
Oh, that's good.
Keep one of your daggers out. I'll take the hand without the other one.
Okay, I have to quickly check which side of you I'm on. Oh, okay, yeah. So she sheathes her rapier and keeps her dagger out.
Okay. The path before you is still there. Your choice. Where are you all going?
We should go upward,
Is
away from the piles that these things crawl out of.
there anything on this crab, since it's one of the I like to wear body parts on me type of creatures?
You can roll an investigation at disadvantage.
Can I get some light and not have it at disadvantage?
Who's providing light?
I would ask. Like, maybe we should check it out if someone wants to light us up temporarily.
I assume that would be me, so I would walk with Morana up.
Just for a moment.
And I would light. Do you have any bracelets or anything on?
Sure, like leather bracers, I'm sure, is part of the outfit.
I'd light his bracer.
Oh, okay. Boof.
Okay. Give me a moment.
You see 15 crabs surrounding you now. How dare you kill one of ours?
Shit.
As immediately all of the other crabs
Wow.
you would see, those of you that weren't able to see or were pretending not to see, the monstrous form of this crab, clad in mostly armor, with like the spines that this thing had also sort of cast in metal, the large claws that it had cast in metal. You would see that sort of the coloration or the weird sort of difference in color that those with dark vision would have been able to discern would see now that the claws are like drenched in blood. Of which there is the long like ring around Kellen's abdomen from like the residual like rub off.
But nothing else because I managed to dip up, dodge, and weave.
Yeah, it's not your blood. It is fresh, however.
Yeah, not mine. Ugh.
Now you may roll an investigation.
Looking down at this thing, I shall roll an investigation. Where is it? There it is. Blink. Damn it! You had to say we're rolling so good. So little thanks for that.
You're welcome.
5 yields nothing. You could take some loose body parts if you so desired.
That's cool.
What are you looking for specifically?
Either usable equipment or some kind of like extra sign about like what is going on with these things. But I guess that's more of like a nature check, isn't it?
I mean, you'd already be able to tell something's different with this one. He's wearing armor.
Like armor, or
yeah,
just...
there were long segments of chainmail that are now revealed to you because you couldn't see, wrapped around like its arms.
Oh, I'd gotten like the impression that it was sort of like it had taken armor like scrap and just kind of layered it over itself like
it seems
trophy.
Very purposeful.
Gotcha. So that's
like
actually...
it had like ripped apart chainmail and was like wrapping it around its arms.
See, that's actually interesting.
Oh, this is a Billy Badass crab.
Again, it looks very Mad Max. Continue.
It was.
In all of this dross, does it stink? Does it reek?
The moment that the this here was opened up, yes.
Looking superficially, are there any trinkets or anything that stands out on the tree piles around us?
Based off your passive investigation, nothing that catches your immediate attention.
What if he commits to it?
Actually have to like sift through the
Roll me
shit.
an investigation.
Better than mine.
Nothing immediate. I mean, there's like some broken bottles, some some sections of broken barrels or discarded flagons and stuff like that, but nothing like a trinket, if that makes sense.
Is there any full bottle?
None that you can
unbroken?
find.
Well, he'd take a half bottle then and keep it in his hand.
Sure. What are you all doing?
Oh.
Yes.
Are there any signs of a trail? Can we see where the slapping noise is coming from?
The slapping noise is gone.
Oh, fair enough.
And you would realize now that there are small puddles that go down each path. If you would like, you can roll me a investigation check.
I would. But I won't do much.
Taking your attention away from the crowd to begin investigating your surrounding area, nothing really stands out. You realize that some of the more immediate puddles that you are standing close to are viscera, more than likely a result of whatever this crab had killed or had recently killed. But nothing that would point you in the direction of the last sound you heard.
Oh.
Sildura, what are you doing?
Just looking around.
Purposeful or just sort of a passing glance?
Well, it's always purposeful with my character.
Roll me an investigation.
Are you done looking?
Who, me?
Mhm.
Well, in a moment. Looking at the damage to its face, though, he kind of like looks up at Alaric and like squints a moment. He's like, "My word, did you do this all at one blow? I only heard one."
With your help.
Well, don't give me credit. I was trying to keep the peace, as the party had kind of elected for not killing them at first. So I was sort of going with that route, but apparently we had not much cause for concern with your mace around.
Ulrich just kind of shrugs and brings the maul up to set it across his left shoulder.
Well, I appreciate your modesty.
I'm more of a drinker, less of a fighter.
Sildura, with the sort of residual light, you would notice with your 17 that there are more sort of splatterings of blood down this path.
Well, perhaps we should carry on. Does anybody have an idea of where we're going next?
I don't know, but we should probably move. That caused some noise.
I don't think it caused near as much as it could have. But yes, maybe we should move on. Which way?
Kind of glances at our elven friend who is kind of just on the edge of the light.
I believe she suggested north.
Didn't hear her say anything.
I said it multiple times.
Well, I was busy trying to flirt with a crab, apparently.
Tragic.
Yeah, quite. Could have been the love of my life or something. Probably not.
I would hope that you could do better than a crab. Hmm?
I would hope so too. It is prison, however. Who knows?
Flora would furrow her brow at that.
He just
You
kind
would settle for a crab. And she would
No.
kind of look at the women in the party.
I wouldn't, but I was hoping to.
And then the men.
Yeah, and then the boys. No, I was just hoping to make you laugh a little.
I will remember that and laugh later when we are not surrounded by this.
Crab people, got it. That is a fair assessment. You said north? Do we want to quell the light and proceed?
At first, the north looked like it did not have a lot of this trash, debris. But it seems that it also does upon further inspection. At this point, I'm not sure which way you wish to go, but...
It's better than nothing, I suppose.
Should look at Alaric. Should we try your idea?
He, being looked at, redirects her stare, as in he looks behind himself the way she's looking and down the path to the right. After that, much like he did with Kellen, Alaric shrugs.
That is it. Nothing to add.
There's no right answer. We don't know which way leads water.
Okay.
Well, I trust your instincts. Let's go with that and see what happens, I suppose. Not much else for it.
Let us continue forward then.
I'll partner up with Kellen. I'm gonna be dimming the lights.
Back to blindness.
Hearing that, Marana skitters back over.
I will take each of them by the hands like I'm walking my children and turn the light off.
Okay.
As soon as the lights cut out, Alaric would feel a cold hand on his shoulder.
Yes, Satan?
Go. Julia touches Alaric's shoulder. She'd watch as he snaps his hands both around the handle of his hammer, gripping it so tightly that the tendons stand out stark from the back. And he twists a look towards her, a frenzied look, and then his features soften. Didn't hear you.
Apologies. You can see in the dark, can't you?
He nodded.
Oh, good.
I pull Kellen and Marana along.
Can he summarize that Julia can't see in the dark? From this question?
I've seen her be guided like a lost lamb through this entire exchange.
She is looking more or less through you. Your expression, everything like that, there's no reaction from her. Just the sort of reply as her eyes sort of search the darkness for some distinguishing feature.
Okay, he let go of his hammer's neck and bring down his palm on her bicep and just pull her along. In his long strides, she'd probably be forced to stagger along at times, right?
She's pretty tall.
It's not height, it's more so that he hurries, and
Oh.
she wouldn't be able to tell when he will hurry or not, right? So
True.
the pace.
Where did you go? I can't see.
Just go up. I'll tell you when we turn. Just go.
Here, you have to trust your friends.
Bandit.
I can no longer move.
Oh, and
There is a large, what looks like ravine area up here, with ledges and other obstacles. No crabs though. Hmm?
Go up and to the right.
How
Yes.
delightful. How delightful.
so immersive.
Trust in your friends and ensure that they do not lead you astray. Those of you that can see your varying shades of gray would see the path in front of you. Large broken sections of the floor that have fallen through. Attempting to peer down it does not reveal anything, just more yawning darkness. The edges that are here look shoddy at best. You could attempt to pass them. However, those of you who are blind, well,
Okay.
let's just say the DC for you is much, much higher.
Oh, good.
I'd be concerned if I could see it.
How heavy is Juria?
I think I
Rude.
actually wrote this down. Let me check.
Oh no.
Someone was being cheeky. Oh no.
Because if she's not very heavy, she could cling to Alaric and it wouldn't impose, right?
She is just under 6 foot, but she is not. I mean, she's pretty skinny. So I wouldn't say she's particularly heavy. She's probably, what's the average weight for?
She's small.
Maybe?
If she were to hang off of Alaric, would that make it harder for him to climb across?
It would make it cumbersome.
But could he still climb?
You can certainly try.
We could just light the light up again and go that way.
I would suggest lighting something around the corner so that the light does not travel down this corridor here.
Around the corner back by you.
No. Forward.
Understood.
I'm going to check the other corridor for an easier passage.
I'm going to touch a small rock on the wall and light it.
I need to ask, Silveril, are you being stealthy?
Sure.
Oh, she's
How are
on.
you? How are you walking? That's what I'm asking.
She would have the Zweihander and taking small strides, attempting to hold the Guriz at her side still.
Okay. And you're not trying to draw noise to yourself?
No.
Okay. I need a stealth check.
Just trying to expedite this. I'm feeling like I'm taking forever.
Okay. You continue along your path. Sabine, what are you doing?
I cast light on a rock on the wall, like a loose one. Did you hear me?
I did. Calm down.
No, my headset's been being weird.
Jesus Christ.
Like I didn't even hear like you having Momo roll, and I feel bad. I had to switch out my headset with his old one.
Silveril. As you walk forward, you feel the stonework beneath you slack or go soft. And you would hear the What are you doing?
Guess I'll run across it.
Okay, roll me a athletics check, please. Or sorry, a strength saving throw. Okay. The floor beneath you begins to give way. Currently, with a 10, you are clung to the edge. About there. You are in the process of falling.
Have sort of light. Well, we can't really see her though. Or she went back.
Wait a minute. So Siluriel left. She didn't just disappear?
Yes, I left. I said that. I said that I was trying to expedite it because it was taking forever. So I left to check the other corridor. I said this.
Oh, shit. Well, Alaric would have tried to stop her, I guess. But never mind.
Okay. As the ground has given way, the immediate crumble of rock and stone that falls underneath your feet, causing you to very quickly grasp onto the edge. I need a athletics check from you, Sildur. 19. Okay. With some strain from the very sudden sort of fall, the very sudden, like being caught flat-footed, you do manage to pull yourself up over the small break in the floor that has happened. You do not fall into the chasm. There is a break, however, now. And I will mark it for you. Right about there. You would discern, at least going down this path, that the floor is not stable here. More than likely what happened in the northern passage as well.
Okay. Would I be able to go back across it?
Yes. Given your ability to see. If you were a human or lacked dark vision, this would be a very different situation. But you do manage to make it across. What are the rest of you doing while that was happening?
Well, finally able to see. She looked to the edge of this chasm.
You mean she tried to move while Alaric is holding her?
Oh, are you still holding me?
He is.
In that case, she would not move. She would, I guess, sit, remain where she is.
He'd feel her intention to move, and after like a couple of seconds, let her go.
She would, after being let go, approach the edge. So what's the plan to get across this? We don't have any rope this time around.
Dangerous.
So, Silderil having gone to look for other path and then like almost falling, was that something that we'd have heard?
Everybody roll me a perception check.
Oh boy.
Like a sand swept noise or something? I don't know.
Just loud cursing.
Somebody did.
Oh, on God.
Everybody would have. You wouldn't have heard her fall, but you'd have heard stones sort of the crack and break very suddenly that echoes through the whole of the chamber. And after about 30 seconds, you'd have heard very distant psh, as like rock hits water.
After hearing the initial crumbling and probably now footsteps behind us, Marana would have drawn her rapier and just at the ready.
Oh, you're back. Are you okay?
I'm fine. The other corridors falling apart like this one.
Iria purses her lips and after a moment adds, "What about that crab? Its shell was awfully large. Do you think we could peel some of the layers off and use that as a makeshift bridge?"
It's a very small gap. We can just jump.
She eyes the gap.
Well, if it is, as Sildarel says, then the footing may be tenuous at best.
We can try it.
Could roll her.
Does the wall here look climbable? Like it could be latched onto?
Yuria falls in.
Into the pit.
Bye.
Potentially. I mean, it was a similar situation, right? These are moss, sort of mold-covered walls. It'll more so come down to your natural abilities, right? If you're attempting to wall climb across, it'll be a athletics check.
If Alaric were to extend out his leg and foot on over, how far would he get?
Like long step.
Not that far. As you're applying pressure and putting weight on one foot to try and reach out, you can already sort of feel the crumbly nature of this edge. And as you sort of draw back, you would watch a small stone sort of like fall off the side.
Okay, he'd spread out his weight again, bringing back his foot, and attempt to climb on over to the platform across.
Oh no.
Roll me an athletics check. $20. No problem whatsoever. Sort of holstering or harnessing your maul.
Flinging it, yeah.
Manage to sort of scurry across the crag side and make it onto the other platform.
Rather than drop his whole weight on the platform, he'll first fill it with a foot. Just put a bit of pressure, right?
Pressing it down. There's no immediate response. It doesn't give under the slightest bit of pressure.
One at a time, we should be fine. But no jumping.
We could always go back the way we came and take another route.
I believe the only other route was the one Citadel attempted to take.
There was another at the bottom. A third route. But seeing as Alaric is already across, let us just go this way.
I can jump back towards you.
Well, I'll defer to what everyone wants to do, but we should make a decision.
Never been fond of scampering back. Let's go this way.
Agreed.
Okay.
What is the party doing?
Guess we're going that
We're
way.
moving forward.
Yuria confidently wanders up to the edge, and that confidence is immediately deflated as she encounters the gap.
Alaric will try to reach this side of the platform
Sure.
while applying most of his weight to the wall, clinging to it still, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like hugging the section that's closest to it.
You would
Could
see.
he reach the other end here of the platform with his foot?
Yes. You would be able to step across. However, as you are applying pressure to both, and specifically the edges, you would feel just that slightest bit of give.
Okay, so rather than try the edge, what I'm going to do is Alaric will do a standing jump directly to the corner here, hugging the wall again.
Sure. I'm just going to need an athletics check. The DC is 10. On that, I'm going to take a quick break. I need to use the bathroom. And when I come back, we're going to go over that.
Okay, I'll get some water for this.
Oh boy.
You know, maybe we do go south.
Maybe this was a mistake.
Ziba said is a very fine point. Roz appears and magically a 1 is rolled.
What a pity.
Well, actually, he can. Watch this.
Don't we love those crit fails in climbing sections?
No.
Aren't they just lovely?
Oh yeah.
Everybody, it's been lovely. I enjoy your
Shut up!
role.
Shut up.
What are you playing next, buddy?
A handsome gnome by the
Okay.
name of Giblet.
As you attempt to cross, you feel the platform beneath you, the one that you are stepping onto, begin to break. I need one more athletics check. This time the DC is 14.
Mercy.
All right. So I imagine I'll be rolling to see if he manages to get enough ground to actually make the jump.
This is a sort of course correct or catching yourself. If you fail this one, you begin to fall. Thankfully, that's not the case. You make it across by the skin of your teeth.
Oh, Lord.
However, with your fumble, you have increased the difficulty of that area.
Good. Climb the other way, guys. Hugging the wall, would it be possible for him to reach this platform?
It would, just like crossing over and attempting to cross over the gap, this would be another athletics check.
To go from here to here?
to go from here to here to here.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Because
Then.
this is a much smaller platform. But you can certainly
And I
try.
bet it looks dodgy as hell.
Given the one that you were currently standing on, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think Alaric will just commit to the climb all the way from there.
Let's see it. Just barely beating the DC. You managed to make it over, finding purchase on the other end of the platform.
Oh my god.
Who's next?
Man, I don't know if I feel so good about this, guys.
This sounds dangerous. Can't even see the other side.
There's no way to do this with acrobatics, is there?
If you can explain to me how you would like to use acrobatics.
I was afraid you'd say that.
You guys are also lighter than Alaric. He's heavy as fuck, so he's prone to fuck shit around himself.
If you can explain to me how you use acrobatics, you can use acrobatics.
I can't explain. Are you certain we can't find anything in the trash heaps? Sweat starts to form on her brow again. Yes.
If you want, I could try.
As you're talking, all of you would hear what amounts to a blood-curdling scream.
From where?
You, Alaric, it would be coming from behind you.
Oh no. Alaric will immediately lean against the wall and attempt to hide in the. And I will be using this.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your stealth check. It would be this passage, at least the most immediate source of the sound, Kellen.
Sorry, I'm zoom out where?
This passage you're in.
Oh, okay.
As you attempt to hide in the mold and the flora, a moment passes, your heart beating in your chest. You realize that the sound wasn't one that denoted attacking or sort of being found. Just a sound that happened further within the caverns.
He exhales cold. And then looks back towards his companions with a very, very earnest expression. The kind that says, hurry.
Yuria is now even more dubious about crossing the cavern.
Wait, could they all think that it was Alaric who got destroyed when you think about it?
Oh. Actually, none of them can see you.
Yeah!
Can't see you. Was it a man scream or a woman scream?
It was a man's scream.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Well,
Alaric,
Yuria,
look, it is time to go or don't.
she would go.
Athletics, please. Okay. Your first pass over to the first platform is a success.
And at this point, she can no longer see anything.
That's amazing.
Savine, your light.
I'll touch a stone further up and transfer it.
Should touch something to Callan. Make him the light, since he cannot see.
That is a really wise idea, and I will touch Kellen's bracer and light it instead.
This light cantrip.
Ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom.
I can cast it forever.
We'll see about that.
That's literally the only source of light we have. Stop sabotaging us.
He's just mad because you keep making sources of light, and he has to put a new little light source.
Correct.
Every time.
Correct.
That's the real reason.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what it is now.
Even with the most immediate light source being close to you, it is a very harrowing experience currently, Yuria.
Callan, you will need to go. You cannot see without you.
Shit. Fuck.
All right, bye.
Yeah, peace.
She sort of scoots along the edge, making room, waiting patient.
All right. Can I make that? You're going to make me roll athletics, not acrobatics, aren't you?
Unless you can explain to me how you're using acrobatics.
Jump. You won't.
I'm going to, well, I mean, again, I would like to posit that I could basically start here and grab onto there and basically throw myself to this wall and down in an acrobatic style. This wall. We're playing a lot of Dying Light too. It makes sense to me.
I think because there's light across the tunnel, if you were to look down it, you might see like a reflective eye shine off of Alaric's eye,
Oh,
kind of staring.
Even more menacing, there's a scream and now just a source of glowing eyes in the distance.
yeah, this
Let
is
me back.
awful.
Something awaits you at the end of the cavern.
Yeah,
Indeed,
I
it's
don't know
got
what it is.
teeth.
Don't know what it is, but it's probably bad. I mean, quickly shoot it with an arrow. Thunk.
Yuria is ready to embrace death.
Mm-hmm.
For now, I'll allow you to use acrobatics.
The eyes.
Okay.
Just-
So quickly darting up to this thing, he pitches himself over to this and then down, or tries to. But you said acrobatics, so let me give that a shot. Probably gonna fucking almost fail. 8.
That is a failure. As you attempt to pass over, the DC for this area is 13. You rolled an 8. Failing by more than 5. You are now falling. As you attempt to clutch on to the moss and mold covered walls and attempt to throw yourself over, you immediately feel there is no traction. There is the slick presence as you attempt to throw yourself, now finding that instead of throwing, you are now just plummeting. You can roll once more to attempt to catch yourself.
Can I attempt to catch him?
17.
Never mind. He's good.
What could have been catastrophic, you do manage to catch yourself onto the ledge just as you were plummeting. The sort of strain in your shoulders and your like upper chest very apparent. As you begin to slowly pull yourself up, you can feel the platform sort of crumble a little bit. But you are across.
No, anyone else who cannot see should go.
That would be Morana.
Yuria. About, like, poised to try and catch Talanus. Instead sees him
Wrong
catch
character.
himself and...
Kellen.
Sorry, Kellen. Lamau.
Lamau.
She relaxes. Oh, Good. She looks over her shoulder at the eyes glaring back. You can try the next one. You have the light, after all.
I can wait for Marana to come across, I suppose, and then go from there.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna squeeze past Yuria though, and well, she's moving.
Okay.
Ah!
Well, excuse me.
Well, actually, having had a hard time with it, I'm gonna stand here and try and like reach out and catch anybody who needs to come across. Like assist them.
Okay. I will let you know this platform is not stable. More than one person on it, or jumping, could result in a bad time.
Alaric instructed that, by the way. One at a time.
Okay. Shit, how fucking far is this? Here, oh, Alex way over there. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, go across here.
He's helping Yuri across first, and
Yeah.
then
Yep.
You plan on helping me?
I'm gonna try.
Did Alaric mention, like...
No.
I didn't think so.
The assist from Kellen does help you, does lower the DC. But I still need athletics.
He mentioned
You mentioned what?
That's all the world will ever know.
Yep. I'm
no,
sure
no.
it was...
What did he not mention? That the platform is slanted now?
That in your previous attempt, you kerfuffled and broke some of it.
Yeah, well, I think he assumed that they can see, right?
Of course.
Just very presumptuous.
Your athletics check, please. Make it across with no issue.
Okay. So then it will help Marana cross.
Sure. Marana. Athletics or acrobatics, if you can explain acrobatics.
again, this time without the rope and situations being a little bit more dire, she's not going to conceal as much of her climbing ability.
Okay.
And yeah, no, this is Alaric's in trouble.
You're just going to
So we
skitter
assume.
across the wall. If you would like, you could probably make it across with the full length of this with one successful check.
Oh God.
However, everyone would see.
Everyone would see it.
So do you play it up and make 3 different checks, or do you make one and sort of give up a little bit?
I still can't quite see Alaric. He's at the far end of my vision. So at that point, it's more of a, I have to see if he's okay. And yeah, I would just kind of, she takes a step back and then kind of begins. I would like to try to use acrobatics as opposed to it, as it is kind of a graceful touch and go kind of maneuver.
I'll allow it. This is for the once and done.
Yep.
Romaine acrobatics.
Ooh.
Well, if I can at least get across here.
You get about halfway and then realize that any footing or grip that you may have had seems to be lost.
So I get whereabout?
About here.
Oh. So
Passing over Kellen's attempt at assistance, sort of just moving across the wall to try and get you finally reach a sort of bottleneck and can't go any further.
yeah, there's just too much moss at one location, and she just kind of has to slide back down.
Well, never mind then. All right.
After you, Lady Silveril.
Come on, go.
Well, we should only try to keep as few people as possible on these platforms, so one moment.
Yuria, what are you doing?
I'm waiting for light before I make the final leap.
Mm-hmm.
At the other end, the Alaric is waiting with his arms outstretched.
Marana, you would be able to see.
Yep, I can see him now. Like, oh god, he's alive.
She's staring at these eyeballs, staring back at her, that she now has to climb towards.
Is it visible?
It's very
that Marana
apparent.
was worried.
Oh. Yuria's worry is very much apparent.
Okay. Well, if Jira is afraid to cross over, on the other end is a very deriding, sharp set of features that twinkle with mischief, almost as though daring her, right?
That's
Kellen.
even worse.
I can't stand there. Is that what's going on?
If you're going to stand there, I might need a check.
Ugh. Is that where it's all crumbly and gross?
All of the edges are crumbly.
Oh, here's probably good enough anyway, so I'll just... I don't like edges anyway. Edges are weird. Weird,
I get that reference.
weird and dumb.
All right, now that she has light, she will start to shimmy along the edge here.
Roll me a athletics check.
Would it be athletics in this case or acrobatics for
How are you
balancing
using
against
acrobatics?
the edge? Well, it's balancing along the edge instead of just right.
Sure.
This is where I fail epically anyway. God damn it.
Just about.
Why you gotta
Why?
say things?
Yeah, you need to stop saying
Beginning
that.
to shimmy across, you feel the rocks beneath you begin to loosen, and you begin to fall.
Oh shit.
You would see her back pressed to the wall, trying to shimmy, and the rocks under her feet give way. I need one more check, athletics or acrobatics, in an attempt to catch yourself, Yuria. Thankfully, you do.
I have heartburn.
Sort of hands upwards, grasping at anything, finding purchase on more solid segments of jutting out stone. You manage to hold yourself for a moment. And, we'll say with your 18, manage to, given that you're already in the climbing position, begin to make your way over.
The gods are merciful. She would get to like the edge and then barely able to see at this point that it's Alaric. With arms outstretched, she would sort of jump the last feet into his arms.
Yeah, from this darkness plunges free one limb that wraps around her abdomen and brings her beside him. Like catching a toddler.
Where am I going?
Yeah, where are you going?
You start
Kratoka just
running towards the
zooms.
sound. Understood.
I'm coming, Father.
Well done.
Let us never do that again.
But if we must, let us hope we can do it with as much grace as you.
Mm-hmm.
What are the rest of you doing?
Was that you screaming, by the way?
No.
Good, because I would have pushed you off the ledge if it was.
Someone died down the tunnel. And then again, later. 2 people thus far.
Lovely.
Meanwhile, as people die, we're stood here, dick in hand, gawking and dreaming of tomorrow. We need to hurry.
All right, Morana. Do you need my assistance, or are you good?
I'd be welcome for it if you're offering.
Sure. You climb better than I do, but by all means. And he'll just kind of stand there and like try to give her that oomph over to the other side. And watch where you're stepping over there. Yuri almost bit it.
She nods. And again, I'd just like to try and zoom.
That's it.
Which one? Acrobatics?
Fucking sure.
Okay.
At this point. Jesus Christ.
We got him, boys.
Since the consequences are so dire.
Yeah, you make it across. For you, the platform doesn't feel as ready to collapse. But you're a very different situation.
I am frail. Maybe a buck 11
Sure, bud.
soaking wet. But yeah. And just kind of more skitter climb.
That's it.
Goddamn.
Jeez.
Similar path to Uria, though you tried to avoid it. The rest of that platform begins to, or at least the upper portion of that platform begins to break away. One more check, otherwise you fall. But much like Legolas out of The Hobbit, you managed to jump onto falling rock and jump over to the other side, no issue.
Holy shit. So I'm over here now?
Yes, for the sake of brevity.
We saw this, yeah?
It was mostly a meme.
Okay.
But you did watch as she caught herself very easily, not reacting like a poor wayfish woman would.
Alright, cool. That's 2 left. So I'm making my way back here. I will assist anyone else who wants to try to come across.
And a blind.
Yep. Well, but you're also safe, so, well, ish.
I wouldn't say that.
Ready to meet Morana. Is Alaric offering her a hand?
A monster comes up behind the three of you.
Ah!
Punch.
How's that ceiling looking? Bye!
Oh, hey, Mara.
He's got multi-attack. He shoves 3 times.
Oh no.
My time has come.
Silveril, after you.
As I said earlier, go. This is not up for discussion. Go.
I'm not arguing. She's gonna say a small prayer. Sorry, oh, please give me grace in action, beauty in motion. Let my footing be sure like a dance.
Attempting to use concordance? Is that what you're doing?
No, she just prayed.
Okay.
She prayed. That's it. Not gonna. I'll concordance if I fall. Okay.
What's your roll?
We do a little prayer.
She's gonna. You're gonna see her start to rock back and forth on her feet, like she's singing to herself in her head. And I'm gonna use acrobatics and bound like I'm dancing.
Okay. With the assistance of Kellen, you managed to make it over, no problem.
Now, where's the other best part to go across?
The edge there, the spot here. Boop. I can help you get across there.
Okay.
The assistance there is basically, again, trying to brace her and like give her that extra bit of oomph to get over.
You would actually hear her humming a small song as she's timing a jump out in her head.
Which way are you going, Sabine?
I can't move like that way.
Okay.
Like I'm going across there.
Let's see the roll. The rock, as you attempt to land on the other side, immediately begins to break under your feet. I need one more roll. Otherwise, you begin falling.
Oh my god. Yep. Concordance, please.
Well, I mean, I'm there. Can I try to catch her?
Sure. Roll me a strength check, please.
Not a dexterity.
To catch a falling person?
That's I mean, if I was lifting her, like hauling her over me, sure. But
This
like
is to ensure you don't fall in after her.
Oh, Jesus. All right. $11.
What are you wearing, Sabine?
Just a breastplate.
No shield? Right? Just a rapier?
No, I have a shield, but it's on my back.
On your hands and knees, one arm or one hand pressed to the side or the top of the rock, your knees pressed down, your arm outstretched, holding her. You are now holding her over the chasm. She has stopped falling. You have grabbed her outstretched hand.
Okay. Try to pull her back up, I guess.
Indeed. It'll be one more check.
For me.
Correct. Sabine, this will be a check for you too.
Okay. Strength?
Correct. What are you giving up? He cannot currently lift you. You have to give something up.
I'll drop the shield.
Her free hand reaching up and doing at the binds that keep the shield to her back. The shield falls and begins to plummet into the yawning abyss below. You are now being lifted upwards.
Like, her eyes are wide and she's looking at Kellen like, okay. Please give me a moment.
Take your time, sort of.
I'm gonna steady myself and try and go again.
By all means.
I will jump. We're gonna try and sing again and jump.
Of which you do. Making it across this time.
Oh my god.
The DC, by the way, for this entire encounter has been 13. Dice have decided, fuck all of you tonight.
Okay.
You make it over.
She's looking at Alaric. You can almost see she's holding back maybe a tear.
Seeing the fear and apprehension on Savine, he tries to embody a sense of assurance by leaning into the wall deeper yet and reaching out with his arm in a I'll catch you if I can kind of way.
There is a moment as you're emotionally preparing yourself where about 30 to 45 seconds has passed where you hear at the very bottom. It is a long, long fall.
Does it sound like it hits water or?
You're at this distance, you have no fucking idea.
Oh god.
Doesn't matter if you hit water or rock, you turn into a fine red mist.
That was like
Terminal
Minecraft, where if you hit
Term-
like a block of water, it's fine.
Terminal velocity. Okay. Let's try and get this again. One more.
Of which you make it across with no issue, especially with Alaric at your side, ready to catch you.
I would move forward, go to my knees, and just put my face in my hands. Like, oh my god.
He kind of pats her head awkwardly before turning back to Kelly. And the cross. I do not see Siluriel from here. Shit.
Yeah. Well, once she's across, I'll go back and assist Silver getting across now.
She would try to get across.
Let's see that roll. One more roll, please. Very good. Your initial fumble, resulting in your immediate sense of gravity now betraying you, is instead replaced with you reaching out in desperation or in hopes, what have you, however you would describe it, catching Kellen's outstretched hand. You are caught and prevented from falling into the abyss.
It is like a instant oh shit, but it's like an instant snap to his hand. It's not like a fear or anything.
It's just the most immediate thing to grab?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Pulling her back, and there you go. All right. Just a couple more, and then we're done with this nonsense.
And then we have to come back.
I don't think we'll be coming back this way.
Well, let's go then. Go.
Okay. All right. I'll try to hop across to here.
Let's see it.
All right.
Of which you make it across, no issue. Now for your final roll.
Well, I was gonna have. Can I help her get across this space as well?
You would both like to stand on the crumbly platform that has been falling underneath people?
I mean, they've all
Go
been
across.
and falling underneath people, but sure, we'll go ahead and do another roll. Okay.
Choice is yours. If you would like to, you may.
Fine. Anyway, I guess we'll do it. It's in their acrobatics, so here we go. 23.
You make it across, and now the source of light is on the appropriate side of the chasm.
Okay.
Good job.
Go next. Have a care.
All right.
You make it across, and I just need one final roll.
She would leap across, right? It would be like a, you know how when people who jump over hurdles, they like poise their body to keep moving.
So
She
like a
just
long jump
leaps over and just, yeah, it's like, poof, like into the wall.
for Siluril. Alaric will have his hammer outstretched towards her.
Oh, I thought that was a 1. That 7 looks very suspicious. Thankfully, you make it across, especially with Alaric's assistance. Do you grab for the hammer, or do you make it on your own?
She would, it's like a, she can do it and she can make it, well, she jumps, but she grabs the hammer to humor him and holds on to it tightly.
You participated, she says.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like she just grabbed it to get up. It's just, it's not like a, oh my god, you know, it's like a firm grab.
Yeah, that was me. That was me making those noises.
Thankfully, this skill challenge is over.
Can we go back to the craps now?
You all are on the other side, of which the path continues forward. You are illuminated by Kellen's bracers. What are you all doing?
Walking away from the chasm of skill checks.
Do you want me to turn the light off again?
Up to everyone. We should keep going, though. There's nowhere else to go but forward.
I'll turn the light off and I'll take Kellen by.
Wait, keep the light.
Okay.
The ground is very dodgy around here.
Understood. Let's go.
Understood. The path before you, if Kellen moves, is illuminated, revealing the large piles of refuse and the beginning appearance of tiled floors. Sort of change in appearance. As well as the more immediate smell of salt water.
It's no longer a cavern floor, but made this way. Interesting.
Where you all are currently standing, there is another light source at the far end of this cavern passage, where you begin to see faintly glowing motes of light that begin to drift and lazily move their way through the cavern. They get closer towards you before dissipating into nothing. The immediate scent of salt water becomes more intense. It is a sort of pervasive invasion of your sense, where it's almost like you are plunged under the ocean.
Curia would keep a close eye on the bundles of trash around them, make sure there isn't bulging bits of crustacean amongst it.
Roll me a perception or investigation as the party continues to move forward.
Do you all see that wavering light?
Yes.
She would begin to look and then is distracted by Alaric.
You would also notice that your light begins to sort of fade and meld into the natural light emitted from this deeper cavern. Also, your quick search reveals nothing of interest. If there are crabs here, either they're sleeping or they're elsewhere.
They're at the crab rave.
They're waiting for Mike the Metalhead. He will never come.
He brings all the best drinks. Where's Mike? The path before you is there. Are you taking it?
I'm getting both my weapons ready.
I believe we are.
That's what we are doing, as long as there's no objections, of course.
Madam Sabine,
Yes.
Yuria undoes the shield on her back and offers it to the woman.
Are you sure?
Don't think of this as a gift. It is your job to use it.
Understood. She'll fasten the shield.
Go ahead and remove the shield from your sheet, Yuria, as we add one to Sabine.
Deleted.
Okay. If there are no objections, then we do a map transition.
Oh boy.
Thrill would don her Zoyhunder.
Your immediate attention is drawn to the changing and more narrow passage, forcing you to pass by various segments of rubble. What catches your attention first and foremost is the body laid prone on the floor, illuminated by the light of the cavern and the light of Kellen, the bright crimson oozing from the neck, freshly slit. I'm going to ask this once. Is the party attempting to be quiet?
Yes.
Alaric is.
I would say let's try.
Everybody roll me a stealth check. Chainmail, half plate, what have you, roll at disadvantage.
That is not what I meant to click.
Damn.
Dirty 20s.
Natural 20 for Marana, offset Yuria's failure.
You
Okay.
gotta stay like that.
The party is quiet, watching your step. As well as there being the most immediate lights that catch your attention, the sound of talking and chanting catches your attention.
You said there's natural light in here, right? Or not
Correct.
so much. So if the bracer's light were to be extinguished, it would be okay to see?
You believe so?
Alright, he'll turn to Sabine and like point to his bracer, then and kind of like wave his fingers in front of his neck, like, turn that off.
She would wave her hand, like turning it from outward to inward and closing it to dismiss it.
Okay.
At least now I'm not a beacon flashlight in the dark.
As the party is Subaru, pressing your finger to the man's neck, there is no pulse. You would see, even just sort of shifting the body, even a small amount, you would see where the entire right side of the throat, the side you did not touch, had been completely torn open.
She would close their eyes like she did with the ones in the other corridor.
Anything
And
useful?
cross their arms.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
What are we doing?
Is there anything useful on him?
What are you looking for?
Either equipment or anything. Rope or weapons or shield or anything that stands out.
Aside from the sort of half plate that this figure is wearing, it looks like they've been devoid of any weapons. You would also see that their wrists are bound.
Let's keep going. Come on. Something is afoot.
You hear that chanting? Something is terribly amiss.
I'm getting one of those bad feelings.
All of you would hear the crackle of thunder, the vibrant flashes of lightning that illuminate the chamber as a whole.
Quick thing. Just looking at the body, is any of the armor discernible? Like any sort of markings or anything?
It looks very familiar to what you all are wearing.
Got it. Understood.
Ah,
Is one alive?
No. The look of anguish in their face tells you that they died a very horrible and sudden death. Your attention as well would reveal the figures standing in the room.
Oh. Good.
You would see two figures of strange complexion adorned in very odd armor. Their sickly green coloration to their flesh, revealing strange fins and scales. A long sweeping tail behind them that shifts and moves as they apparently keep their focus forward towards the figure in the center of the arcing light. Another one clad in more prominent sort of adornments, long hanging shells and various sections of jewelry that adorn this figure from head to toe. Their arms upwards, sort of splayed fingers, but you can see the webbing between them. Their voice chanting in a language you do not understand, as well as the pleading, desperate begs of the prisoner currently in front of her.
This guy. Right?
Correct.
Okay.
You would watch as all of you are poised. You would watch as, reaching down to her waist, a long curved blade, pulling it free, rusted and covered in barnacles. Above you, given a chance to look up to the ceiling of this cavern, the ocean. The cavern top above you is rippling, roiling water, the white foam pressed to the edges as waves lap and move unnaturally, gravity turned some different way as fish and large shadows are cast in this chamber.
We cannot allow this thing to reach its conclusion.
Does
I think we have found our issue.
my experience at all in hunting wacky shit in the wilds let me know what these things are?
You can roll a Arcana if you'd like.
Oof. I'm not proficient in Arcana. Do it anyway?
Sure.
do we?
Well, actually, apparently I am proficient in Arcana, at least for a moment.
Watching them and the way that they hold themselves, they don't hold themselves like feral creatures. They hold themselves with an air of superiority of importance. These are Sahagin. Sahagin are a fish people, mortal enemies of elves and merfolk.
The bad dudes.
They are slavers, is the most immediate thought. They also worship very volatile ancient gods.
How the hell do you spell Sahagin?
Look it up.
I think it's S-A-H-A.
You would watch the large, curved, barnacle-ridden blade drawn free. Bringing it up, you watch as she places it fully to her palm and drags it along the length of her palm. Her hand upwards, as if outstretched towards the ocean ceiling above. Small rivulets beginning to drift upwards.
It's looking very clear to the party that Alaric is preparing, working himself up for a fight as he steps out, hammer in hand.
Well, you should not be emitting light.
That was weird. I noticed that earlier. I was like, huh, interesting. But
Siluriel would move toe and toe with Alaric.
Kellen would knock an arrow and
I'm blind.
yeah, I'm blind all of a sudden.
Yeah. Alaric will attempt to sneak as close as he can to this guy and hammer him in the back of the head.
You're going to roll me a stealth check at disadvantage.
I will.
I'm gonna ready an arrow in case things go shitty.
Creeping forward, striding with your hammer in tow, you get about here before your sort of rattle of your armor draws the attention of the two Sahagin currently standing guard. Their attention immediately drawn to the sound of armor and metal. You're a half-elf, correct?
Yeah.
How apparent are your elven features?
As I've told you before, Plen, he does not look elven at all.
So, Lorel, how apparent are your elven features?
Oh, honey, she high elf. Plus, she wears her hair tied back, so them ears be on point.
You would watch as you have alerted the two Sahagin. Their feet kicking the back of their tridents, coming up and spinning as the length of the trident spearhead towards you comes to rest over the top of their forearms. It's initiative.
Bum, 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 bum.
More good beats.
It is at this point. Yuria would draw her blade. What is it?
Are Sahagin considered monstrosities?
No, they are considered humanoid.
Lame.
Don't worry. Once we make a salad out of them, they might as well be considered monstrosity. Or they make a salad out of us, you know. Who knows?
There's always that one asshole. Always rolls.
Okay. Top of initiative. The priestess. Her attention looking back to all of you. You would hear this gurgling command that comes from the speak that she has. The palm still outstretched, the blade leveled forward towards you. Let's see. She's going to cast Lightning Burst on you, Alaric. You are wearing chainmail? Half plate?
Indeed.
Correct. Okay. Then it would be at advantage. That is a 19 to hit.
It hit.
For some reason, the music is cutting out. You are dealt 4 points of lightning damage, as from the length of the blade, this striking surge of bright white lightning hits your chest and sends a rack of electricity through your body. You feel yourself seize up for a moment.
Explains the initiative.
Let's see.
So Alaric is essentially caught mid-charge.
Correct.
And then grounded by lightning.
And she does something else on her turn. Marana.
It's my turn.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Ooh, okay, I can't get close enough. I have a question. Are these like holes or pillars?
Large pillars.
Okay, neat. That's better. Okay. I'd like to see if I can move and then use my action to hide.
Sure.
Set up.
Go ahead and move and then roll me your stealth check.
Sure. Let me just get the other thing. And stealth check. Damn it!
Given the very bright flashes of lightning that illuminate the chamber, it is really hard to hide in here.
Okay.
But you do have cover.
Yep.
All right. That was your movement, your action. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Yuria.
All right. Yeah, she's going to move. So much for diplomacy. She moves over towards this pile of garbage as a bit of cover. And she's going to draw her blade.
Okay.
And,
There is no voice this time.
good. In that case, it is a semi-transparent blade, almost invisible to the eye. But you will see her pull magic from it. She almost caresses it like it's a lover or a dear friend. And she pulls the magic like pulling at like spider silk, which forms in her hand. She then squeezes that ball of power and releases an Eldritch Blast at the nearest Sahagin.
Let's see it. A 13 misses, I'm afraid. You would watch as the bolt of Eldritch energy fires out towards the Sahagin, and it's almost as if a strike of lightning from the ocean ceiling itself intercepts the strike.
Curious.
That was your action, your movement. Are you doing anything else?
No, not this round.
Okay. Sabine.
I'm gonna move up 30. Rapier out, shield out. And take the dodge action because I can't get close enough to attack.
Okay. All right. You've moved and you've taken the dodge action. It is now the Sahagins' turn. Given the most parent.
Good work.
This one. Actually, sorry. I don't know why I'm moving them. They have. I roll them individually now instead of all together. This one is going to make an attack against you, Uriel. Do you have all of your hit points?
Yes.
Okay. It is going to make an attack with its spear. Ooh. That is a natural one. You may use your reaction to attack if you like.
I will.
Let's see it.
I don't know how to connect charisma to this, so.
What's your charisma modifier?
+5.
Oh, that's already done it.
Oh. Nice.
You attack, dealing 6 points of damage. Okay. Sort of the spear coming down and catching into some of the nearby trash, not able to connect with you. You manage to reply back with a slash from your translucent blade. The Sahagin sort of recoiling and sort of catching at the wound.
There's a small smirk of satisfaction as the blade's shape takes form in blood.
The other Sahagin is going to go. Oh. Let me double check. No, they did not. Okay. This one's going to move. Towards you. And it is going to attempt to bite you, Sabine, at disadvantage, given your dodge.
Yay.
A 5 does not hit. You watch as the fish-like maw of this creature opens, the flesh along the side of its cheeks now becoming thinner as its mouth opens entirely, outstretching towards you. Finding no purchase and instead connecting with your shield.
Bap.
Kellen.
Nice. Okay. From where I'm at. Using this is like trash pile as kind of like cover or not so much?
You good? Are you like trying to duck behind it?
But yeah, I mean, he's just from where he's at. Is that considered cover?
You would have to like kneel down to get cover.
Okay. Well, step out long enough to take a shot with my longbow at this guy. Wow, why is it doing that? Hold on. That guy.
Let's see it.
That was weird. Anyway. And he's already acted, so I don't get that. $19
hits.
8 piercing damage.
The arrow sinking into the side of the Sahagin, causing it to immediately recoil. Its eyes looking up towards the hole, sort of glancing at you, glancing at the others, and realizing the situation now. That was your attack. What else are you doing?
Let's see. I don't have the cool measury thing anymore. That's fine. Oops, that was not it either. 30. Yeah, I'll move 30 up. Wow. Okay, thanks for that. I'll move 30 up here.
Okay. Sort of hurrying across to the protection of the platform, or the protection of the pillar.
Yeah, I don't want to get lightninged.
Understood. All right. I believe that's your turn.
That is.
Sildur.
Okay. She will go forward. To here and attack this one.
Let's see it. An 8 misses, I'm afraid. Its attention being brought back to the whole, now realizing that this is a whole squad instead of just a handful of random prisoners, sort of brings its trident back to catch the length of your Zweihander.
Okay.
All right, anything else?
No, I don't have a fighting style yet. That's all I got.
Elric. Initially
Okay,
caught flat-footed, now you can move.
As Sahuagin encroaches upon Jura, in comes Alaric, right after Cyril, of course. These loud, violent footsteps and the equivalent of like a rolling thunder of a hailscream as he takes position behind you. He will, he'll take like a violent and very uncaring sweeping swing of the maul at its back. And
Let's see.
wherever it may land.
A 14 just barely hits.
+2.
Correct. Making it a 16. More than enough. And more than enough damage to outright crush this thing's spine. The sort of cry of desperation that leaves its mouth, its focus isn't on anybody in the party. Its eyes are locked with the priestess.
Good. Could I go through Savine to the other side?
You should have enough movement.
Yeah, 35 feet.
Yeah, you should be able to.
All right. Pivoting in his footing, he brushes around Sabine and takes position at the other flank.
All right. And that's your turn?
Indeed.
It is the priestess's turn, who, as one of the Sahagin, one of the warriors, is slain, you would hear this scream, this spoken in common, this no that is yelled, the hand outstretched as the body crumples and falls to the floor. Her eyes now beginning to shimmer and crackle with that similar electricity as the expression she had had previously changes to one of rage. Her hands begin to coil together. You watch as the long streaks of electricity begin to crackle between them. All three of you were there and within 5 feet of each other. Her hands outstretched, both palms open and laid bare for you as electricity rushes all three of you. I need all of you to roll me a Constitution saving throw. Alaric, Sabine, Sildaril. Understood. One moment. Okay. Sildaril, you take 6 points of lightning damage. Sabine, you take 6 points of lightning damage. Alaric, you take 12 points of lightning damage. As the electricity collides with your body, it immediately arcs to the next person. And from them, arcs to the next person until there's no more people nearby to reach. Alaric, I believe you are unconscious.
I am. There's a moment where Alaric seizes up. The lightning for a moment seems to feed off of his eye sockets, and they explode in vision, in light, illumination, before he crumples to the ground.
There is a look of remorse, anger, hatred, everything on this priestess's face as you collapse, and then it is replaced with this sort of vindication. Her hands beginning to fade from the electricity as she instead brings her palm back up towards the water. Marana.
Hey, neat. Moving through friendlies, how much is that?
You just move through them. Unless they're unconscious, then it's difficult terrain.
Okay. So, gonna come down here. Look to Kellen and say, Alaric's down. And 15, 20 to get over here. Gonna attack with the rapier.
Let's see it.
Oof.
An 11 does not hit, I'm afraid.
Alright, gonna try with the dagger.
Let's see it. A 19 does hit, however.
And I'm gonna apply sneak attack.
Do you add your damage?
No, so that'd be 8 damage on this guy.
Understood.
Yeah, I don't have 2-weapon fighting yet.
Burying the dagger deep into the side of the Sahagin, causing it to, already knowing that you're there, but now realizing how fast you're moving.
And then, goodbye.
As it swings at nothing, trying to retaliate, and you're not there. All right. That's your turn?
All my actions.
Yuria.
Yuria steps forward. Flank in front of Marana. Right here. And if she cannot question this thing or communicate with it, then she will take what she needs, and she will cast Detect Thoughts and try to probe into the mind of the priestess.
Ooh. A wisdom save, yes?
It's a complicated one. We'll do what we can. Yes, it's a wisdom save. Spell save 15.
And you learn the surface thoughts?
Surface thoughts, and then if I can probe deeper for insight into its reasoning, its emotional state, and something that looms large on its mind, or whatever you wish for me to see if I attempt to probe deeper.
The most
If it succeeds.
immediate thought that you catch is vengeance. Retribution has been made for a lost child of the sea, and these landwalkers, these children of Hain, will pay.
Anything else?
Contemplation of feeding Alaric's body to her tiger shark.
Understood.
But the most immediate one is vengeance against the children of Hain.
It spoke in common, yes?
It did. It screamed in common.
Speaking telepathy, is that bonus or free action?
Post your telepathy for me.
How do I post this thing? Input. It just says you can speak telepathically, so I'm assuming speaking means...
I'll call this a free action.
Very well. Then the priestess would hear Uria's voice in its mind. We are not his children. We are his slaves.
Understood. Her eyes lock with yours.
She stands there, chin uplifted, sword in hand, drawn at her side.
That's your turn?
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a bonus action, so... Yeah, just...
Sabine.
All right, Sabine is going to reach out, and a rose of light is going to go into her hand. As she leans down, she's going to brush this ephemeral rose against Alaric's cheek, and then push it into his chest, and she's going to do 5 points of lay on hands.
Okay.
Locking eyes with the priestess as she does it.
She counterspells. No.
Okay.
You do so. Alaric, you will not be rolling me a death save, nor will you be sharing a memory. You feel breath return to your lungs once more. All right. I believe lay on hands is a action. Correct.
It is an action. It's all 5. It didn't let me spend all 5 points of the pool, but my pool is now empty.
Go ahead and mark that on your sheet. Are you doing anything for your bonus action?
New.
Understood. The Sahagin, seeing what is happening, seeing that you had attempted to bring him back, and that he's breathing again, he's going to attempt to drag Alaric away. So you both may make an attack of opportunity if you would like.
Yes, please.
Let's see it.
Do I get to contest this?
Yes. One hits.
9 points of damage.
Sildur, will you be using your reaction to make an attack of opportunity?
No.
No? Okay. Still standing. Laid out on the floor, Alaric, your eyes opening only to see the toothy maw of this Sahagin bearing down on you, its weird webbed hands grabbing at your chest and your half plate beginning to pull you towards the priestess. See, it's 5. It would get about there. On the dead Sahagin's turn, the priestess immediately sort of looking at Uriah talks in common. If you are not his children, why are you killing us?
Attacked first.
You want me to respond or wait for my turn?
It's at you, Yuri.
Yeah, I know. But is it?
If you would like to, you may.
She glances to the combat happening to her left, then back to the priestess. Because he will inflict pain upon us if we do not. We have come to find the source of the problem with the crystals. We are forced to work in his mines, toil for him, and we suffer in boxes flooded with salt water if we do not do as he says. Do not. We may attack you, we may strike you down, but our hatred for him runs just as deep. Deeper, I would imagine.
Roll my precision
Find
check.
us, anyway.
I'm sorry if you spoke to me, DM. I decede from
It's all right. You're getting drugged by Sahagin right now.
I was going to describe that with what could only be said as a kind of survivor's instinct. Alaric begins to like hammer fist the wrist of him, trying to get free.
The hands sort of slamming down onto the Sahagin as the sort of wet webbed hands are gripping at you. Sort of a hand cupping underneath your neck and sort of grabbing there, only to get knocked away and then attempt to grab again.
Yeah, it's like this floundering, futile process of breaking free, then being grabbed again.
All right, Kellen.
Anything come of that persuasion?
Nothing on this turn. Remember, this is all happening really fast. But you would hear that she's talking in common. And referred to you as the children of Hain.
Crap, 5, 10. Okay. Well. Just draw an arrow and point it at the Sahagin dragging Alaric, excuse me. And then, in the kind of the vein of like, there's some kind of conversation happening. Oh, I'd have to use an action to try and like intimidate or persuade it to let go, wouldn't I?
Correct.
Well, I'll draw an arrow and shout at it to let him go, or I'll shoot. I will shoot you in the face.
Let's see that intimidation.
Of course. Never mind then.
As if you knocked the arrow, the hands that are sort of gripping at Alaric, one very firmly, holding now at his face to push his throat out more, the other hand holding a sort of curved knife and like holding it to Alaric's throat. The eyes frantic looking now. They have a hostage.
I'm just going to hold my aim on its face or its forehead and try to wait. I guess that was my action, so I can't really do anything else. But
All right. Sildura.
Laura would hear the conversation happening. She would kind of cry out, "I can bring him back. Your friend here. There seems to be some kind of fauteuil here. I can heal him.
Go ahead and
If
roll.
you are an enemy of Haynes, then you are a friend to us.
Go ahead and roll. Are you going to be using your dragon ability?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and roll your persuasion check with advantage.
Fancy.
How do I roll with advantage?
You shift left click the skill.
Still an elf.
Oh, I just realized your head's hiding in 11.
Huh?
I was like, what's your charisma skill?
11.
That's what I realized your head was hiding it a little bit. On the overlay.
Oh.
It's more specifically the Sahagin that has Alaric, that is the one that immediately snaps the eyes up to look. Are you
It's
being...
just a distraction.
Hold on. Are you being genuine?
Yes.
Okay. Give me just a moment.
She would hold her hands out, and the golden tattoos on her body would almost start to look like they're glowing like a dragon scale.
Alaric, the Sahagin currently holding you, is distracted.
He's gonna, in a non-lethal manner, take a swing at its face
Okay.
with his fist.
You are
like a punch.
you are like prone, so roll that attack at disadvantage.
Haymaker.
So
Or
he's
fuck
being
you.
held down, yeah.
Yeah, like the knife is to your throat.
Right? And he's like looking up.
Yeah, like he's looking over past like Kellen towards Sildaru.
So I think it'd be less of a punch. It'd be more like he'd put together his knees from the ground and try to stand up and slam it in the face with the back of his head.
Let's see it.
RKO out of nowhere.
Okay. As Sildaru is speaking, as her hands and her arms are beginning to become wreathed with golden light, the Sahagin's sort of grasp on you can already tell is beginning to lax just a bit, enough for you to slam your head upwards, causing it to sputter and sort of push itself back, the knife dropping out of its hand. The priestess, both hands, sort of her own, the curved dagger that she had, dropping now, both palms outstretched in a placating manner. Wait. If you mean what you say, please. He is very dear to me.
Cornered animal style. Alaric's eyes flit back and forth from the priestess to the Sahwagi. So, fuck, I totally butchered that.
Sahagin.
Sahwagin, right?
Just call him fish folk, man.
Scaly over here. Nah, he's gonna take a step back and take his maul from the floor, which he had previously dropped as he was dragged back.
Okay.
I'm going to ask this, as Sildaril is going to use her ability.
My turn.
Is there any other intents for combat?
What's the guy behind the priestess doing?
He is like slumped over, eyes rolled into the back of his skull. He's
Okay.
anywhere but here.
Gotcha.
Are there any other intents of combat here?
Marana doesn't look happy about the idea of parlaying with these. but keeps her weapons at the ready.
Kellen's
Is
not
the-
too pleased either, but he'll not shoot for the moment.
Is Marana's displeasure visible on her face?
Yes. Quite plain.
Understood. Yuria side glances Marana. You may return to the monster up above if you wish, or deal with the ones down below.
I prefer to deal with no monsters at all.
That, unfortunately,
No, she would rather have dinner with him.
She shoots Sildaril a scathing look.
Yuria bounces from this conversation.
If there are no objections, Sildra, please continue.
She would bend down, her hands up in a anger way. And the golden tattoos over her body, they look like they almost shift, like they were scales themselves. And not shifting as in moving, but shifting and reflecting the light. As if it was literally scales that were making them up. And she would cast her gift of the metallic dragon
Okay.
on the little fallen man next to her.
Go ahead and roll your cure wounds.
I mean, hey.
I mean,
That's
hey,
one.
yeah, hey.
I said I'd bring him back. I didn't say I'd be having him riding a wave, bro.
He's gonna need physical therapy, but you're welcome.
It's government work.
The air is tense. There is this immediate tension so thick you could cut it with a knife as the lightning very rapidly begin to fade from the room. The strikes of lightning now dissipating as all focus, at least from the Sahagins, are on you, Sildaril. Your beautiful gift now manifesting and showing itself, breathing life back into the form of this crumpled Sahagin. Not little, by the way. About like 6'5". They're really weird. They're mostly
She's
head.
5'4", so yikers.
All ahead.
Yeah, they're mostly head. Like it's like head and neck. But you would hear the sort of re-breaking or sort of reconstitution of bones where the hammer strike in the back had caused this thing to falter and fall. You would eventually hear the sort of sputtering breath, the large extension of the gills on the side of its neck splaying outwards as it coughs and hacks up. You would see rivulets of blood sort of pushing out from the gills and its mouth as it's sort of resting on its hands and knees, just trying to understand what happened.
You're okay. Alive. Hmm?
There is a very very elated expression that the priestess has, even on her more otherworldly features, the sort of stretched features that she has as this strange fish or mer person. You would see the very rapid breathing, the rise and fall of the chest, and the sort of welling of tears in the corners of her eyes. If you... Thank you. If Hain is your enemy, then we are allies. Even for now. And that's where we're going to call tonight's session.
Easy.
Jesus Christ.
I like friends.
Ugh.
I only
will-
had
pick up episode 8 on the 11th of February. Thank you guys so much for playing.
Possibly.
We can. Yeah, if we can.
What do you mean?
If Elric's available. Right?
Ooh. Fuck. I forgot.
He said we could possibly reschedule.
I will do my very best to be available that day.
Well, thank you guys for playing. A bit more of a tenuous session towards the middle skill challenge part, but I think the end sort of evened out.
It was a good session. I enjoyed that session.
It was fun.
We'll pick up next week, or hopefully next week, with you guys now parlaying or speaking with the Sahagin priestess and figuring out just how deep her hatred for Hain goes.
Any enemy of my enemy is an ally.
Indeed. Very good use of detect thoughts, by the way. I thought this was going to be a bloodbath through and through.
Especially if she's like influencing his workflow. Hell yeah.
Let's go. I had a feeling.
And I want to thank chat.
Just going for his money.
I want to thank chat for you guys coming out and supporting the players and supporting myself. Thank you very much for that. Are we still on for Sunday? Any weird schedule conflicts there?
I don't have anything.
Momo.
I mean, it's not me you need to ask.
I just want to make sure that your schedule's clear, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
Kellen, Alaric?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Well, it's good, bro.
Dope. Then we will also be playing this Sunday over on Momo's channel for the Secrets of Irist, episode 20. 20 goddamn episodes.
Oh my god.
Goddamn!
What a time, huh?
That shit's insane. If chat has any questions, feel free to use your channel points to highlight them. You can ask them for myself, for the players, any questions pertaining to the campaign, about characters, what have you.
20 episodes and you still haven't left that goddamn cathedral.
Cathedral Arc has been very, very cumbersome indeed. Anytime you resolve combat without any permadeath, great to see. Indeed, Taryn, indeed.
I know.
That's a low blow. Holy shit.
A low blow?
Savage.
How so?
Are they not commenting on how sometimes like 4 people die in one combat?
I think they're remarking on your guys' ability to not immediately devolve into bloodshed and instead talk things out. Right? The whole sort of motif.
Almost like this is a political game.
Thank you. I was about to say, politic heavy campaign. We're dealing with factions. You could go murder hobo and just say fuck it to everybody you meet. Fuck the Arcanist.
That is a political choice.
Indeed. It is very political. It's very ostracizing, but it is a political move.
It is definitely the only political move, too.
It's kind of.
I mean, come on, get real.
Get real. To the combo.
I'm ready to murder now. I don't want to talk.
I know some of you don't like playing the game, but when the game stops being played, it's usually because war happened. And that's the game we play instead.
That's a very, very tiring
War is a
word.
game for old men played with the pieces of the young.
Are they jerking off the young?
What?
How are you going to ruin an actually good quote?
I don't know. It comes naturally.
Jesus. Time to send Sahagin army at Hain and send campaign to the Plane of Water. Let's go, baby!
Ooh, yeah, we drowned everyone. Sorry about that. It's just like, yeah, we have this huge wave that was going
For yourself.
to sweep over Haines Keep, kill everyone. But you guys are spared.
You guys are cool. You can stay here while we drown everybody else.
Rainer, Tori, Creighton, they all just...
You ever seen a man's body explode because of underwater pressure? Would you like to?
I mean, hey, we have a snack for Morana. It's over there, zonked out of his mind.
Lol.
I mean,
the wine.
all of these are relatively fresh. Take your pick.
Gonna pass.
Ask the people of Troy. That's fair.
Oh, I forgot she's a noble Demphit. Only the finest of noble blood folk.
Bring me
Would you eat a cupcake if it fell on the floor? No.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a cupcake.
I
What
would.
the fuck I mean?
I mean, you don't know my life.
Icing side down? Really?
On God,
And
absolutely.
that's even better. You could just scrape off the icing that fell and touch the floor.
Brother,
See, you're not in touch with the people. That's what's happened. You attempted to find camaraderie here and instead found enemies. You wouldn't eat trash? We would.
This
We
is
would eat
very
trash.
revealing. This is very, very revealing.
if the trash is sugar-coated, absolutely.
What are you talking? Of course we would.
Idiot.
Wrapper and all.
Oh my god.
I hung.
Rapper and all, full on goat mode.
That's where I get my fiber.
Uh,
One's trash is another's treasure. Oh, Girl Scout cookies on the floor? Don't mind if I do.
oh shit! Yeah, that's.
Calories if you're looking hard enough and try hard and believe in yourself.
Just vacuuming sounds.
It strengthens my immune system.
Oh my god.
Thump,
I'm right.
thump.
I'm training my constitution.
Same.
Like licking crab shit off the floor?
Well, that's different. My man just was in a... So the situation for Alaric was actually really sort of unfortunate because he has dark vision, right? So it's in shades of gray. He can't see color. So he's probably like, I'm picking up a piece of moss. Let's taste it.
See, it wasn't
God.
coated in sugar. That's the problem.
Oh, God.
It was
Why didn't you
sugar-coated
swallow it
turd.
first?
Well, the other problem was how rancid the chamber was already.
I was going
right?
to say, it all smells like shit.
It's like, oh God, it smells like festering corpses and rotting seafood. I'm sure this is fine. It's no different. It's
My
probably
man
a
went
penny.
Sherlock Holmes on a turd.
No, the DM just wanted it to eat shit, literally.
You ate it. You didn't make
No, he
it.
didn't, he didn't eat it.
Didn't you roll in that
He
one?
licked it a bit. No.
Isn't that why I made you do?
The dice made you eat it.
Oh, no. But yeah, it's because you were like, I pick up something off the floor and I lick it. And I'm like, okay. Okay, well, now you're going to roll a con save.
I was actually answering Kellen how he went about like looking at the ground and figuring out the trail of the crab. That was after the roll, by the way.
If that's all, if chat doesn't have any questions for the players, or if everybody's tuckered out, I know we did go not too long past our usual end time, but I didn't want to run it any further just on the off chance that people had to go to bed.
Nope, I'm pumped. We're about to do dialogue, brother.
Indeed. Politics, factions. You may be elves, some of you, but they're willing to put that aside for their hatred of Hain, which, by the way, Kellen, would be super surprising because you know that Sahagin fucking hate elves, specifically high elves. Like a burning passion hate.
Hey, baby, I'm working out here. You know, I just hailed a fishman as a high elf. Politic.
Brat detected. Kill.
The only nice, the high elf. Maybe I'm changing the ways.
Me! I'm the face of the people, baby.
Face of the high elves.
Why, yes,
That's
I
not
am
really
charged.
fair though, because I'm a Katarina high elf. We just built different.
Don't tell them that. Shh.
Indeed, built different.
Literally,
short.
Katarina's just the land of like love thy neighbor. Love. love and acceptance and dancing and fighting.
You know,
We don't
when-
fight because we have to. We fight because it's pretty.
Are we talking about like the 3 Fs or
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
We're essentially.
ice?
What land was Yuria from again?
She is from the land of Shademore. It is a province in Careso, which is the other major continent across the world. It is the land of the elves, although she is from the human bit of it. Not much is known about it. Those
Indeed.
people do not leave Shademore. Only Yuria has probably ever gone to Tyros from Shademore since a long time.
Thank you, Tatsuya. That's really kind of you. I hope you rest well. Avatar's lighting up, speaking is an awesome feature. Yeah, Maverick, we use Discord reactive images. So whenever we talk, our little images bounce up and down and light up. If you tune into Momo's channel on Sunday, you'll see that some of the art even looks like it's talking. Pretty pog. Is there a place where I can see full character art? Ooh. Not currently. But my intentions for my World Anvil are to put current campaign characters and stuff like that with some sort of notes or from a perspective, like an overseer type deal for the character, so that way people can come in and get some info. Well, Hane must have really messed up. Hane's definitely not a good guy. And if he's pissing off extra, otherworldly creatures or seafaring creatures, it sort of stands to reason that he fucks up a lot of stuff.
Define mess up, though, right? Like, this is probably completely intentional.
We'll find out. Hane's just built different. Indeed. Quite literally, in fact. The music. Continue.
Oh, no. I said nothing important.
Music does slap. Indeed. I think this is a good place to call it. Thank you guys so much for coming out and playing. I look forward to playing with you guys on Sunday. Go ahead and say goodbye to chat if you wish.
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
I need.
Good night, chat.
Ciao, mis amores.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have to leave? Sadly so. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, I'm afraid. At least for now. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the players and myself, for making D&D such an enjoyable experience. It makes it really fun to be able to run for all of you. I mean, that's really it. Thank you guys so much. We will hopefully pick this up next week. I'm going to figure that out, the scheduling conflict. We're going to see what happens. Hopefully we'll be playing next week and continue with episode 8 of Cometh the Fall, where hopefully the party reaches level 2. As well as that, we'll be playing this Sunday over on Momo's channel, playing the episode 20 of The Secrets of Earst and figuring out where to go from there. But I want to thank you guys again. And I hope that you all have a good night. No raid or anything like that. Ooh, mind's eye. I'm calling it a good night here, but I very much appreciate the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, mind's eye. Thank you so much for trusting me with your community. Bit of a problem. We're calling it here. The night is over. D&D has come to an end. So we can keep going, question mark? Hold on. Oberon, what are you doing?
What? What am I doing?
What are you doing
What do you mean?
right now? What are your
What?
intentions right now?
I'm here.
Intentions an hour from now.
In an hour from now, I'll probably be asleep.
if we were to keep going.
Uh-oh.
What do you say?
Give me like 5 minutes to get another drink. I'm gonna
Let's
need another
go.
soda for this.
Let's go.
Yuria?
Well, I mean, class is recorded afterwards, so.
Lols.
Ultimately, it comes down to the party. What does the party want to do?
Party wants to keep going. At least this member of the party. I don't speak for everyone.
I mean, far be it from me to to stop the train, but for my own, that's so selfish of me. Why would I do such a thing?
You're always that way. What do you mean?
Shut up!
Alaric? Is he already checked out?
Just, old man just.
Did I hear Alaric?
You did.
What's up?
What are your thoughts if we were to keep going? At least for another hour.
I'm in my 5th beer. I don't think I will be going to sleep. There you go. That's my answer.
Are you coherent enough for D&D?
Well, absolutely always, darling.
Actually kind of fits the character, doesn't it?
I don't think Alaric has had a drip of alcohol in a very long time.
Let's take, well, maybe not a whole hour, maybe another 30 minutes. Let's take a 7-minute break to get drinks, freshen up, bathrooms, what have you. And then we'll continue with what's just happened.
Yay!
Yeah, you can tell chat what happened, your raid. You can tell them why we're talking.
Indeed, I'll be right back. I am going to grab a drink, and then I will be able to recount what has happened.
PM?
You caught me literally. I was just taking off my headset. What?
Yeah, if we're doing this, we're going for at least an hour. You're not bringing me back here for just 30 minutes. That's a ball team.
You want to go till 12:30?
I want to go till 4 more hours if you want.
Not where I am.
That is completely contingent upon Marana and Yuria.
All right, you cowards, step up now.
I don't know about 4 hours.
I will be back. You can tell me what the decision is when I come back.
Listen, I'm good. I once again have an adult in the house other than me.
That's pushing it.
Oh. I am so sorry for cutting you off earlier, by the way. I didn't mean to.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I came back.
She was
and-
probably talking, and you were talking, Momo.
No.
And
You
her
were
voice wasn't
muted,
coming.
'cause- yeah, I don't ever remember you cutting me off.
No, I came back after kicking off the headset and you did that roll and I didn't see it and I started RPing and I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry.
What?
I asked about the light and I'm like, oh no. Like when I realized I did it, I'm like, oh no.
I don't remember it. So you are forgiven.
Thank you.
I have to pee.
I
I'll
return.
be back.
What is the decision?
We're staying forever.
Forever.
If you had any designs to ever get any sleep, discard them.
It's really up to how long Oberon and not Oberon. Oh my god. Kieran and
What
Sizzle
to
can
do?
go. How long we can play is really up to you two. I don't care.
24-hour D&D stream?
Oh God!
I don't
better
think
be a
I
one shot,
decided.
because
I don't think I could convince anybody to stay for 24 hours.
it would just get continually more incoherent.
I would find a way.
I'll consider it. That's a pretty good idea, though, Idis. I got free time, my friend. Understood. Have a rotating cast? I'll consider it. We have been burning through followers pretty quick.
Like, once somebody dies, tag somebody else in.
Ooh, like a meat grinder type deal?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Oh, Russ is here.
That could be the 5K goal. Community 24-hour D&D meat grinder session. Whoever dies, you bamf out, replaced with another person.
Just gonna have all the players like on lock for that 24 hours. It's like, listen, I need to tag you in. You get tagged
No
in.
small ref.
It's
gonna be the session of the Crimson Chorus, the company, the mercenary company.
It's potato, not potato. Thank you very much for your sub. I appreciate that. Be ready, kids. You don't know when you'll be next.
Like, if you have to take a nap, we could tag, like, Atomic or Itis or somebody in to take over.
The whole goal would be me doing D&D for 24 hours.
I return.
Okay. Well, it's running.
Can you still... Are you able to still go 24 hours?
Yeah.
I'm getting old.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't look at the stream while it's rolling because his dice is hitting, so. Yeah, hey man.
It's the Rozzy curse.
Do you know what the funny part was about that detect thoughts?
What?
The plan was not to settle relationships. The plan was to rip all the information I could out of her head before the party murked her.
Quick, get it.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, I better.
Sildarill's bearing down on her with this white hunter, quickly.
Essentially, it was that. And then she just basically came across I really hate Hane by pure accident. And she's like, I see.
48 hours is the time Twitch cuts your stream off. You have to start up again after that. Holy fuck. Who streams for 48 hours?
You'd be
surprised.
That's psychotic.
People have done it.
How do you entertain people for 48 hours?
Well, they watch your body slowly like decay and your mind slowly lull, and I guess that's entertainment enough.
Subathons will do that. Okay, I must have misunderstood. What is a subathon then?
Okay, so a subathon is where you agree to stream for a certain amount of time, and each time someone gives a sub or subscribes, they add amount of time to it.
Yeah.
That's horrifying.
Yes.
That is a world of pain. Holy shit.
That's why you need to be very careful with how much time each sub adds. My last subathon, it only adds like 15 seconds for me, and I was streaming for like 37 hours.
1 hour per sub.
You gotta watch out for that Guido shows up.
Were you weren't awake the whole time, right? You did go to bed eventually.
I took a nap on stream.
Holy shit. Alexa.
I literally just slept on stream for like 5 hours.
God damn.
That is not a nap.
There are actually those weird, 8-hour streams where you just watch someone sleep. That's like its own.
You were going to do 5 minutes per sub?
I was a little misled.
You'd have died.
I was a little misled.
I am thankful for your insight and wisdom. Holy shit. That's horrifying.
Yeah, sleep streams are pog.
I don't even know how I would do that. It's not like I have like a model or anything like that. It would just be like... it would just be a map.
Yeah.
Just a
like
map.
A map of beds. And then every bed is you.
Just my little, I'd put like a little sleeping cap on my picture. Sort of tilt it to the left.
Yeah, ASMR, CDM snoring, lol.
There you go. The idea is that So a lot of people will put like really loud alerts. And so when they
Oh.
go to sleep, it's like people could give subs to like scare them awake or like try to wake them up by giving subs.
My God.
I have some form of PTSD of being violently woken up, so
Well,
Here's one.
maybe don't do sleeping streams then.
Do you
You
think
don't
you would...
have to do that. I just have the luxury of having VR, so I just slept in VR.
It's escaping my brain right now, but your sound alert is the wake up trumpet from Basic.
oh god.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
Sorry. Feel that human for a moment.
Forever.
Yeah, I think I would go fucking insane if Revelry was playing, and it was just like a sub thing. I would go, it would trigger something inside of me. No, HM1, no, please.
You're about to go to sleep, and Guido comes in with like 100 subs.
Just immediately, my mind is filled with a vision of HM1 beating the shit out of me. No. Or that one guy who activated the
Oh my God.
streamer's Alexa using its text to speech and asked for his location. Doxed on your own sleeping stream. Horrifying.
Wow, that's awful.
Come on, psychological torture is candy. You're not wrong. Is everybody here?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
No.
Okay, we wait for Momo. Kellen, Allery?
I'm here.
I am here, my darling.
Okay. For the people now joining us from Mind's Eye, welcome. This is episode 7 of Cometh the Fall, Horrors from the Deep, Part 2. The party has currently navigated its way through a series of caverns, bypassing large crustaceans wielding various adornments of armor, skulls, weapons, bones, what have you, and have made their way through a very perilous situation, a rather arduous skill challenge that saw some succeed, some fail, of which they have found themselves now in the final chamber, faced off against 2 Sahuagin warriors and a Sahuagin priestess or shamaness. She is currently in the process, or was in the process, of completing some fell ritual. The ceiling above is that of the roiling ocean, as if the waves have been turned upside down. As it stands, combat is currently over, with Silverilla just recently having healed one of the Sahuagin warriors and the priestess thanking her. It has turned from fisticuffs to diplomacy. What are you all doing?
I'd say that Alaric sort of stands there as he was, ripples of muscle passing underneath his skin, visibly extending his arms, his legs at various parts. Even a vein now appears flared across his forehead, and he doesn't speak, and he doesn't speak, and he's just quiet, heaving for air, coming off of what seems to be a high of sorts, his hands feeling the handle of his maul, as with a threatening look he looks from one fishfolk to the other, even though he is, visibly, slowly, calming down.
As things settle. Ooh, I need to grab that picture. As things settle, Yuria would bring her blade up close to her face and whisper to it.
Hush. Time for slumber. You've had your fill.
And she would then sheath the blade, still bloodied from the Sahuagin, before she would approach the priestess.
There's a very faint as you sheath the blade. The priestess, wide-eyed, hesitant still, watches all of you, especially you as you approach Yuria.
Yuria curtsies to the priestess. Fear had us attack you. Fear had you attack us. Fear is how Hain wins. What were you?
Oh, continue.
No. There'd be a pause, waiting to see if she would respond.
I admit our actions were rash, but you are not the first to be sent to attack. Nor do we expect you to be the last. The ones that lay just over screamed with excitement, drawing steel, running. Attacked us. Retaliated, as to be expected, protecting ourselves, protecting the ritual.
Her eyes drawn to the ritual runes and I'm assuming the crystals that are still looming around her. What is this ritual?
She watches you for a moment. There's still some modicum of skepticism in the face. Combat may be over, but she is watching you.
She would have her hands behind her back.
When she describes the situation of the people retaliate or attack them and they retaliated, I want to roll insight because we saw that those people had their hands bound.
Oh yeah, roll an insight. There is a indifference and a somewhat posturing that she is taking. Whatever she's saying, she at least believes it.
Okay, that's it.
Sabine would walk over to Alaric. And then she'd put her hand up, brush her thumb against his cheek, and the one point she has from the... let me find it again. Where are you? Radiant Soul ability, which I'm trying to find on my character sheet, but it's not letting me find it. Ah, there it is. Where did it go? Protector Esmar, trace of trades.
I know what it is. You bestow
healing
1
hands.
point of healing.
Yep.
Yes.
Her hand glowing just slightly.
His sway slows to a crawl. His blinking peters out. His breath rasping in and out in soft but dry heaving speed. He might not do much in terms of healing, but he does a lot in terms of slowing him down, reeling him in. He looks down for a moment, then to the side at her. So she had just popped out of thin air. What is happening? Everyone's talking now.
Well, after you were fell and her cohort was fell, Yuria engaged in conversation. And she does not like Lord Hain either. She thought we were willingly working for him.
So now what? We cannot go back without proof of success.
I know.
I was attempting to summon the Old One, a long-forgotten protector of our people.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Would I know anything about this old one she is referring to?
You may
Wait,
roll
you
a...
just started?
you said you were here. I thought you bounced because you went to the bathroom real quick.
Oh, I said I wasn't here. I went to make food.
You didn't
I
miss
missed?
much. You didn't miss much. What you have missed was Alaric asking what's happening right now. A sort of confused air about him because he realizes that, at least from his perspective, you can't go back without some proof to Lord Hain. And Yuria engaging in conversation with the shamaness or the priestess to discern what her intentions were.
Will be
The only problem, Yuria, is that the Old One is a name for a lot of things. A lot of things have the moniker of the Old One. So it could be any number of things is the problem.
Grand Boomer. She sort of just nods.
With the support and the power of our protector, we would destroy Hain and his children.
We are not the only slaves to Hain. Many of, in fact, almost all of those who pry crystals out of the wall are done so by force, forced to sleep in stone cells, only given the barest modicum of luxury should they perform adequately for Hain.
You see what is reminiscent of like her brows or where her eyebrows would be sort of knitting together. Luxury?
She chuckles. An actual bed. Food that you can swallow.
At the mention of food, she understands. You are starved by the usurper.
Not us, but many.
About as close to starving as matters.
The webbed hand very gently placing itself over her chest as she dips her head, a very sort of gracious and humbling gesture, as if a sort of an apologetic motion. I am sorry. Our actions, those that we have captured, speak highly of this Hain. Use his name with comfort in their voice. They do not regard him with hatred or malice. When they speak, it is like speaking of a father, somebody who will bring a reckoning upon our people, something he has done many, many times already.
Perhaps it is beaten into them. I know I spoke out to him once out of frustration because he almost killed her, and she'll gesture to Yuria. And he locked me in a stone cell with bars, and he let the water come in. And Kellen, who tried to speak on my behalf, had to go even longer. We were forced to try and swim for long periods of time. It would be, I guess, like you being out in the desert for hours.
I know of the room that you speak. It is where he has lured many of my brothers and sisters and killed them. His ability to control the water comes from my people. Stolen.
I don't suppose you and yours are responsible for the animated weaponry or tools or the golems that are appearing in the caverns.
A small trick, a blessing from our protector's powers.
Okay.
The crystals that he mines Many of them are found deep beneath in the ocean, our home. We are very familiar with them. As such, controlling the power even from a distance is a small feat.
Is he using the crystals to do this kind of control?
No, he has stolen other things from our people. The control that he has, I do not know.
What would have summoning this great old one have done?
It would have drowned his home with blood and water. And I would watch as he chokes and his eyes forced from his head as he gasps for breath, clawing at his throat, finding nothing.
There's a slight pause, and then Yuria adds, "You still could, technically." Very softly.
Mm.
The eyes look to you, Yuria.
There is murderous intent reflected back.
But those are such ugly intentions from someone as magnificent as yourself. I mean, your
And-
scales practically glisten.
And as Sabine speaks, Yuria's eyes soften.
Give me a persuasion check, Sabine. There's a somewhat gracious nod or like small bow of her head. Not expecting the compliment, especially not from a landwalker. But she dips her head in thanks nonetheless.
Beauty in all things, baby.
The two Sahagan warriors look just about as puzzled as Alaric does. Their non-existent brows knitted together, their large, sort of oddly shaped heads, their teeth gnashing together, sort of lips peeled back, trying to understand what is currently happening. The one closest to you, Sildaril, seems almost still hesitant. And in his current state, you do lord over him with your Zweihander, in which he begins to very slowly push
It's on
himself.
her back.
Oh,
She had to use both hands to heal. She's like bent down, showing him her scales.
he's very hesitantly trying to push himself up to a more comfortable position, and sort of
She
see.
would be helping.
Oh,
Yeah, she's trying to stabilize him, but she can. And comfort him with the sight of scales.
the warrior. Roll me a persuasion check. The warrior, almost like not really understanding social customs or anything like that, right? Sort of, you would feel the sort of slicked, sort of fingers like pressing to where your scales are, trying to feel if they're real, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you a fish elf?
Effectively what it is. Like, are you a trident, right? Are you like a sea elf? Or are you're some weird like magic caster type thing, right? To be expected of a high elf, right? The other one is like has pushed himself up. You would see even what he's wearing is like sort of finely tailored even for a like fish man, right? The sort of segmented scaled armor that he's wearing, adorned with these large almost conch-like pauldrons with long protruding spikes off of them. You would see beautifully hanging segments of like crystal that are adorned to the chest plate as he sort of grabs at his trident on the ground and pushes himself up to stand completely. And in a motion, sort of latch it onto a harness on his back, sort of take 2 steps back to sort of clear the room.
Lady of the Sea, I have a question.
What is your question?
What causes the crystals to dim?
This ritual. If it had been completed, the crystals would be inert. They would lose all power and luster.
Then I hate to say it, I think Yuri is right. I think you need to complete this.
Both
But-
brows raise. She turns towards Sabine.
The protector does not choose who is spared. All will drown. But if that is what you wish,
No. No, I... Kellen, could you come here?
Just like steps forward and like keeps the bow in his hand, but like the arrow's back in the quiver for now. What is it?
Tell me of Torig's clan. I know you've spoken with him the most.
Orcs are almost as varied as any other race, right? I believe his is one of the seafaring tribes. While some are little better than pirates and raiders, I believe his fights against Morlings and the like along the coasts. He's being coerced into this, well, his father, anyway, by his son's imprisonment. Much like many, and he turns to regard the priestess, and he's like, there are a lot of innocents above. Most would not be there if they had any other choice. I'm sure there are some bad men. I know there are, but I believe that there are more undeserving souls than deserving. There has to be another way.
I just fear what he's doing with those crystals.
Did Torig ever say how strong his clan is? How many in number?
He did not, that I recall.
go ahead and roll me a history check. We'll see if you have any prior knowledge or history of the Grimtooth.
Yeah. Okay. History. Yeah, 13.
Not exact numbers, right? You don't know like orcs per capita, right?
Sure.
But they are a more lower end medium clan.
On what clan?
Lower end medium, like they reside over a whole island. So there's no other competition on their island. It's just them. They're not as large as some of the other northern clans. Some of like the Blood Skulls and stuff like that. They are much larger in number.
Aren't the Blood Skulls like bad guys though?
Potato, tomato,
Details.
tomato. Depends on who you're asking.
All that I really know about his clan is that they come from an island where they are the only inhabitants. They don't have any competition there. The last reports that I had read would be that they, you would probably consider them to be but a small to medium clan, give or take. Not massive, not a horde or anything, but competent and they fight Morlings, and that's really all that matters to my group.
Alaric walks up to Kellen's side and lays a palm on his left shoulder as he looks to the priestess. What is your name?
The priestess sort of gives a low bow of the head again, and she would reply in her own native tongue, in the tongue of landwalkers. I am Shalyu.
Ooh.
You gonna tell me to Google that too? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Listen here. You continue to be sassy, motherfucker, and you're faced out on the ground.
Alaric will say his name as well in the old tongue.
What was that?
I don't want to pronounce it.
Oh, lordy.
I want you to.
Shall you? No.
It would be... What was it? It was like... Nour Galadon Lir Karagnor Kanar is his name. And it's the whole thing.
Spicy.
And it's a very caustic pronunciation as well, with like plodding pauses, as though it's been spoken by a tree. So it takes its time. It comes from the throat, and he bows his head.
There's almost this like respect that is leveled there, speaking this ancient tongue. But if there's any comment, she does not make it.
You have been put in a desperate position, haven't you? This is all you have left. Not really looks at both of her companions.
Many of our numbers, many of them were cut down by Hain and his men, driven into this stone cell and slaughtered. He lured even our youngest and showed no mercy.
Alaric's features grow solemn, grim. He nods. A very subdued disposition of understanding. I think I know how we may help each other. What stays the Grimtooth's clan's hand is Toruk being here, kept away. Now my friends and I, we cannot leave. It is impossible. But you can you not?
There are caverns of how we got in here, beyond the mines.
And I would like the two of us to enter into an agreement. My friends and I have already discussed helping Toruk. He's the son of the leader of the Grimtooth. If we can free him, bring him perhaps to you, take him back to his father, you'll be the one to carry our side of the deal to him and tell him that our price is freedom. If he can get us out of here, we'll give him his son, and with his help, you, your people, the Grimtooth, and perhaps our own, together we can strike back at Hain. and I will benefit. But as Torek remains in his cell, this cannot be. And his father, of course, he doesn't know. And that is where you may come in. Again, carry our message to him.
The Sahagin that you had assisted, so there was more or less leaning on you. As you're sort of supporting his weight, the arm is over your shoulder, and he is watching this interaction intently, almost as if he's lowered his guard.
She's just holding him up.
The other has sort of this very rigid, almost militaristic posture, sort of at ease, and his sort of body language, one of like apprehension and a readiness to protect, even in his haggard and beaten state, sort of begins to relax as well. The priestess looks to you, Alaric, looks to you, Uriah, Kellen. Alaric, go ahead and roll me a persuasion roll.
Ooh. All right. We went to college for this. Oh my god, that was an 18 for a second. No.
It was on a 15 for me. I thought you rolled 15. I was like, let's go.
The priestess watching you for a moment. How would we get him? How would we grab this Torek and escape him from this place without losing more of our own? We are so few. These, my protectors, they are some of the oldest left.
If he was in the Bastille, could you get him out that way?
Her attention, sort of brows raising up. If you could send this Torek to the Bastille, this sunken place where he has slaughtered our people, we would be able to enter it, not be driven by this strange compulsion so many others have had, but whenever the doors are open, we could slip in.
That is a start.
Yeah, they usually only have 2 gods on rotation in there, but perhaps if you have some way with the waters, maybe they could be driven back long enough to retrieve him.
Or perhaps in high tide, he could simply disappear away. They wouldn't know. How could they tell? It's quite dark in there, isn't it, Kellen?
Well, there are braziers at the entrance, but it is not bright. It's more the worry of the gods. I wouldn't want her to put more of her people in danger trying to help us.
From my understanding, her people have been drawn in there before and murdered.
It sounded more like an ambush than an attempt at a rescue, though, where they were waiting for them in force.
Her expression softens, and you can see a very prominent sadness. Whatever it is, he has drawn us there more than once, and he has killed our people dozens, multiples. The water becomes so red, you can barely count the bodies.
But are you confident that if Toreg was there at high tide, you could get in and out without getting killed?
I do not know what this high tide is, I am afraid.
When the water comes in.
If the water is high, and this Toreg is in there, I could... Her attention looks now to the other Sahagin, who's like, there's almost a hopeful look in this creature's eyes. A very humanizing moment. It would be very risky.
Yuri's jaw works. She would have to know when Torig was inside the cell. How do we plan for that?
He's been missing from meals.
We have no control over when he enters the Bastille, or Lord Hayne's whim.
Well,
We know he possesses a skill for getting into it.
we would only have to deliver a message to get himself put back in there. But that still doesn't... It would be complicated. I don't know if you or your people have a way of scouting it out. Only thing I could really do is describe him to you. And if you see him in there, then to get him. But it's all a risk.
We have
In
dealt
this
with
regard,
orcs
go ahead.
before. Orcs are no oddity to us. But if there is more than one orc, it would be very hard.
Doesn't Torag have some, like, very specific markings, though, if I recall correctly?
Correct. He's also the only orc here.
Yeah. Oh, right. Fuck.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, but see,
Yeah.
you say that, and I'm waiting for, like, the other orc to show up. Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Me, the
Orc.
second orc.
Orc Bob Man here. Don't mistake me for that guy. Too late.
Correct. Torag admitted to you some time ago, your character would remember, Kellen, that he admitted to you that the reason he is here and no other orc is allowed in is because it's this sort of bargaining chip,
Hey,
right?
He's like a hostage, basically.
Yeah, he's a hostage.
Yes.
No other orcs are allowed on the premises. And you saw that when you were dropped off by the Primora and the crew. The orcs were stopped at the gate and none were allowed in.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, well,
Yes.
he'll just kind of recount that situation to the priestess. Like,
Hence the deal.
he would be the only orc. But, I mean, it still begs the question if you would be willing to carry that message and Torag to his father.
I would ask this to those of you that are here and are willing to help those you do not know for a cause you are not beholden to. Who of you would swear an oath to the Old One to uphold your end?
What is the cost of this oath?
She reaches down, grabbing the barnacle-encrusted, sort of curved blade. Sildurel, you would recognize as being a sort of elven blade. Long since eroded by the ocean. In which she drags it across her palm again. You would swear a blood oath. And if you are lying, if you are putting my people in danger, or any others are lost, not by failure, but because of your lies, your soul, your body will belong to the ocean.
I want Lord Hayne dealt with just as much as anybody here, perhaps more. I couldn't speak for them, but my organization wants for stability in this region. If we go this route with you and yours, would you be willing to join us at the negotiating table to make sure there's continued peace and stability afterwards?
There is a long pause.
Just talks, and where an agreement can be made amongst everyone here, for the benefit of all, not just us.
We are not from these waters. They are foreign to us. We are driven by some strange compulsion. Ours belong to the waters of the south.
So you only wish to return home.
I wish to take what remains of my people, destroy the one known as Hain, bring his castle, his home, down into the ocean, and return with what little we have, so that we may rebuild.
If there is a possibility that the castle could remain intact for people that would not abuse yours, would that be amenable?
There is a long history of landwalkers abusing our people. It is what has driven us to what we do.
Is there any way that that current can change? I know that the ocean is vast and the currents run deep and slow, but persistence and change can take time. I only wish to make sure that the Morlings do not invade and do not harm anybody. It was all the Grey Watch ever wants.
There's the sort of knitted brow. The Morlings?
The what?
The Morlings. What is that?
Beastmen from the far south. They are mutations and like a mix of animal and man, and amongst any other things, servants of a dark goddess.
She gives you a somewhat quizzical look.
Surely you've come across the attempts to cross the ocean before.
None that come to my memory. But you can assure that no others will take this place and do harm to my people.
If it were in my full power, I would rather see somebody control this place who would do what they're supposed to do, guard against the Morling threat.
Is it in your power?
Ashford.
What was that, Adam?
He said, "How's Ashford?" and looked at Kellen quizzically.
Perhaps. Hell, if Torag and his father would agree to steward the place, I'd let them do it.
That would never happen.
Stranger things have happened. We must
Maybe
be.
war.
Shall you?
We'd have to be open-minded about this.
Her
It's not
focus, now looking back to you, Sildur.
Well, this gift, this promise to you, the blood oath, will it give the ability to breathe underwater?
It is more so a means of protecting. If you are to betray us, if our people are set into another trap, it is your body and soul that are condemned to the ocean. You would breathe underwater, yes, but only if you fail.
The reason that I ask is if you can get out of here into the Bastille, one of us could go as collateral and help. But we would need to be able to breathe underwater, and only one, I think, would go. As Lord Han would probably not believe that more than one died here.
If I am to bring this Toruk, he would be the one benefiting from my magic. I would not be able to cast it on more than one landwalker.
It seems that we must stay together and agree into an accord, and this oath is your means of making sure that we are telling the truth.
Indeed.
I have no intents of deception, so if one of us must enter into this pact, or all of us, then I will agree first, if that's helpful.
With all of you.
There's a thin smile that crosses Yuri's face. Well, my soul has not been claimed by any god yet. I would not be against taking it.
I can't.
Is there like an insight I could do as well to see if she's like trying to F us over with this?
If you have that feeling, just say you want to roll insight, brother. That's you with that feeling.
I'm just curious, that's all.
Yeah, if you want to roll
Morana's
insight, you may.
And what is
Yeah, well, I'm completely believer.
I mean,
That sort of guarded nature isn't as...
assurances do we have that your people won't betray us?
Did I cut out?
Yes.
Then you said something about a guarded nature.
You weren't cutting out for us.
The guarded nature that she has sort of melted away. That sort of more standoffish attitude that she had previously been bearing has sort of fallen to the wayside. She is speaking with confidence, but to what degree, you're not entirely certain. One more time, Marana.
Yes. Marana kind of steps forward and says, and what assurances would we have that your people would not simply betray us when it's convenient? You suffered losses. You must be angry.
I am angry against only Hain, and those that would bear his name with excitement and reverence. You are not those people, but to assuage your fears, if we are to betray you as part of this oath, our souls will be lost and condemned, just like yours.
A mutually assured destruction it is.
This all sounds rather petty to me.
Yeah, well.
Rolled insight on that whole oath thing.
Sure. What are you attempting to discern?
If it is a mutually assured destruction thing, like if we fuck with you, we get fucked over too.
The way she's talking about it, there is, again, that air of confidence that's there. It is said with like a "this has been done in the past" type tone.
So with a 22 insight, I kind of get the fact that, yeah, she's being on the level about this.
Yeah, there's no like sort of facial tick or anything that would denote like, I'm gonna fuck you over. Like fingers crossed behind the back, like nothing like that.
It was a double cross the whole time.
That worked for Lord Hain.
Yeah. And now so do you.
baited.
You're baited now.
Lord Hain pulls off the mask. Well.
So here you are. Turning to look at everyone in turn. Does anybody have a problem with this?
Yes.
I would not be able to make the deal because my soul is promised to another.
All it would need will be one, for the life of Torug.
And while I make my prayers to the All-Father, I will enter into this agreement if that's all it takes, unless Yoria would like to go first.
Wait, Kellen. Priestess, If we are to succeed, would he be freed from this oath?
He would. Any who have bound themselves, the moment that our people are free and gone from these waters, which is our intention, the moment that Hain is destroyed, and preferably this castle as well. But at the moment that Hain is destroyed, we are gone. And you will be no longer bound to this oath.
It sounds like a fair deal.
Is your goal to kill Hain or to kill his keep?
Mine or hers?
He's asking her.
Oh, okay.
I would flood every floor. I would watch as he attempts to swim for air, finding nothing. I would watch as his eyes filled with blood, unable to breathe. And I would watch as his soul drains from his face.
I can understand vengeance. I know wanting to feed it. You can kill Hain. But if you're to bring down this keep, your people might never be allowed to leave. They bring the rot of Rosewood, of the whole of the Eden Moor. House Ashford would hunt you down. Is Hain not good enough?
I believe that's what we are settling on, is simply Hain.
But are we? She seems quite intent.
What we are wanting and what we'll be willing to accept are often two different things. Is that not so?
Her upper lip curls. You can see the sort of jagged teeth that are there, or the sort of sharpened teeth. If these Grimtooth are able to liberate your people, those that are deserving, what use is this castle that is nothing but death? You said so yourself. We cannot assure that the next who takes it will not do the same.
I agree with her. Those who abuse their power should lose it. This place is built for torture. This place is built to be a prison.
Not to mention, I don't think anybody should have their hands on these crystals.
Can I do a history check to see if that's true about this castle? Was it always like a prison, essentially?
Go ahead and roll a history check.
This is all very passionate, but the balance of power down here in the south is very delicate. You bring down this castle, and who knows what happens next.
Just rolls are garbage today.
It's hard to tell. Hainkeep, its previous names have sort of been gone for a while. And its original purpose was, of course, protection against the Moorlings. But in recent years, in recent decades, centuries, certainly hasn't been used that way.
Wow.
Iria turns to Kellen. Kellen, I know my loyalties to this group have been in question. Allow me to prove my authenticity in this regard. I shall take the oath, and in that case you will not have to.
I agreed to do so already, but if you wish.
I think it would be best.
Then, by all means.
Can I check insight on Yuria?
What are you attempting to discern?
Well, Cinderella has the entire time she's been watching Yuria, she's only ever done things for the interest of her own self. and she wants to know if she's doing this out of, like she, is confident in the fact that she has some kind of ace in the hole or something. That she would actually hold up a truthful bargain.
Surprise. I'm a crab.
Yuria
Yep.
peels back the mask. It's the
Not
crab
that
from
she
earlier.
just doesn't trust her. She's been nothing but in Silthiril's eyes. She's been nothing but conniving and searching for a win for herself the entire time she's been there. So she's just worried.
I will let Yuria, you're more than welcome to roll against it if you wish, or elaborate how you wish.
Her face is sort of naturally guarded. At pretty
Sensible.
much, I mean, arguably, yes. But she made no secret about her intent on murdering Hain. And in honesty, if this oath is true, is there really a way to break it
Without dying.
without being fed to the fishes?
Apparently success, as she said.
Indeed. I mean, I can roll deception if you like, but there's no real deception here.
I mean, if you have no intent of deceiving, then you have no reason to roll it.
There is no deception.
Okay.
Zere Inesanar. How fitting that the one capable of speaking is the one wishing to take the oath. She looks very pointedly at you, Yuria.
What did she say at the beginning?
Zere Inesanar. It is some language you do not understand, but it almost is spoken as if a title.
There's a slight quirk of her brow, but she bows her head. I perhaps have not joined this group as easily as the others. It is time I put my chips in the right place, so to speak.
The curved blade, the barnacle-crusted blade, is sort of leveled forward, her hand gesturing for yours.
She approaches and offers her hand.
It is not a malicious move, but it is one that is done quickly, as to not draw out the pain, the slice across your palm.
Infection.
Tetanus.
You immediately die. Sheathing the
Tetanus.
blade, her hand, the webbed fingers gently sort of clasping around your own. This oath, bound to the ancients, swears your soul for betrayal. Should you be sending our people into a trap, your soul, your body will belong to the sea and the ocean. Just as well, should our people betray you, our bodies will be lost, our souls condemned. Of this we swear under the ancients. You would feel this chill surge from your hand up the length of your forearm. And a sigil forms momentarily over the length of your forehead and then fades. The similar one forms on hers and fades. This crisscrossed, multi-tiered triangle with a sphere in the center. She holds your hand for just a moment. The waters above, the ocean-like ceiling that roils and churns, where you can see the various moving or shifting shadows of large ocean figures drifting above lazily, sort of casting shadows over the party as a whole. Eventually, she lets go of your hand. The oath is sealed. And that's where we're going to pick up next week.
Neat.
Yay.
Nice.
Great continuation, guys. Good job.
Hell yeah.
We cut a deal. We cut a deal.
The plot thickens. Thank you, guys. It was really fun to continue, so I appreciate that.
Yes.
And thank you, Mind's Eye, for the raid that inspired the continuation.
Imagine extending the session to another cliffhanger.
Wait, so
I
if
think
another
we're
raid
standing
happens,
on the cliff, you know. So I don't
That's
think
true.
it's
You're
over.
right. You're right.
if another raid happens, do we continue another hour?
No.
I could raid.
I'm fairly certain people have to go to bed. I'm pretty sure Yuria has to go to school.
I do have to do
School.
schoolwork. The problem, honestly, is not even that. It's the fact that people upstairs have gotten drunk and they've started screaming and just pounding on the ceiling repeatedly.
Nice.
Yay.
Very
I've been up
nice.
since 6 a.m., so
Yeah.
fuck.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, I raided.
You rated. How very thoughtful. It's afraid that we're going to have to go to bed, though.
Wow, way to disrespect my raid. I can't
I'm
believe
sorry.
it.
You know, I'll pay it back one of these days. I appreciate that. Thank you guys so much for staying up and continuing to roleplay with me. It was a lot of fun.
Always a pleasure.
Ooh,
Yeah. That
Now
was
we need to
good.
figure out how we're gonna prove to Hayne that we killed this bitch.
that's the problem for
I
next
mean,
session.
Indeed.
That was already. That was.
That's already
That
a
was
problem.
discussed.
Yeah,
Give us
we're
your
working on it.
crown. We must take it back.
Were you people not listening?
Go ahead and say goodbye
How
to
drunk
chat,
am I?
everybody.
Goodbye, chat, everybody.
Goodbye, chat.
Bye, chat.
Chat. Good night.
Bye, guys.
Good night.
Well. An unexpected continuation that led into some really good roleplay. A very good ending to this session, and I'm thankful that we did it. And I have all of you lovely people to thank for that. So, I want to thank you guys again from the bottom of my heart for your continued support and your continued generosity. It is because of you that I am able to do all of the things that I love, which is this. And I look forward to seeing you guys as we continue to grow. No raid or anything tonight. It's very late. I'm hungry. So we're going to call it here. And I look forward to seeing you guys on Sunday for episode 20 of The Secrets of Earst. And I hope you guys take care. I hope you rest well. And I hope you enjoy your night. Goodbye, everybody.